probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't.
right?
It was totally fine. But I was totally worried that I was going to be having to make a couple of pit stops.
I didn't know this until just now, Preston, but your father and my fiance share a birthday. It's Andrea's birthday. We are not going to Fogo tonight, but we are going to Christopher's in Wayne for Quizzo. All she wanted to do was go out for Quizzo tonight. So, and Andrea has a love-hate, mostly hate relationship with her birthday. So if you know her or follow her on Instagram, be sure to wish her a happy birthday today. Because
she'll hate it.
She'll hate it, yeah.
All right. Happy birthday. That's awesome.
Yeah, happy birthday to your dad.
All right, thank you. Let's see if we can get an answer to the super question this morning. What was Nike's original name? 215-263-WMMR. It is Jason that we will go to. Hey, Jason, good morning.
Hey, guys, you're better than that.
You're better than that.
You are. Thank you. Was that Rambo? Or
No,
that's
You're better than
that's
that.
Balboa.
Yeah.
that's Rocky.
You're better than that.
All right, Jason, what was the original name of Nike, please?
Blue Ribbon Sports.
Yes.
Oh.
They were called Blue Ribbon Sports. And since Jason got it right, we're going to give him a $50 Metro Diner dining card. Burger connoisseurs take a bite out of Metro Diner's new burger lineup. A trio of 100% Angus burgers featuring a barbecue bacon burger and a black and blue burger and a pimento cheeseburger. And it's available now through July 4th. You can visit metrodiner.com. Kathy Griffin documented her pre-op experience prior to undergoing vocal cord surgery via her TikTok on Wednesday. She wrote, trigger warning, medical graphic at the beginning of the video. And she, the post shows her doctors inserting a scope into her nose.
Yeah, I've had that.
Yep, me too. While a monitor reveals what her throat and vocal cords look like inside her body. And she said, yes, I know my vocal cords look like a mini vagina. Deal with it.
They tend to look like that.
Yes. She announced in 2021 that she'd been diagnosed with stage 1 lung cancer. During an appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live later that year, she revealed in August I had half of my left lung removed. I'm not kidding. And it says here the Pulp Fiction actress. What scene in Pulp Fiction?
So
is
when
she
they
in?
got in a car accident, when he hits Marcellus Wallace, they end up in her car, like hitting her car.
Yes.
And
I don't remember that.
yeah.
Is she,
So Marcellus Wallace is walking across the street.
Yes.
Bruce Willis is there.
rams into him on purpose.
Yeah. So
And does she get out and say, "Oh, are you okay?" or something like that? And then he gets up and walks away.
yeah.
I didn't even realize he had that bit role in that movie.
Yeah.
And then Carrot Top's in the car too, correct?
So
Yes.
she also shared that her vocal cords were damaged due to intubation. And in the video she shared on Wednesday, she said, vocal cord surgery is part of my recovery post lung cancer surgery. I'm cancer free. She captioned the video. So I appreciate you guys following along on my journey to get my voice back after lung cancer. Big shout out to Dr. Barbu, who I guess is the man who is handling the surgery. So good. Glad she's going to be okay. Bryan Cranston is planning a hiatus from Hollywood in order to spend more time with his wife, Robin Dearden.
His wife?
In a new interview with British GQ, the Breaking Bad star said that he's going to move to France for at least 6 months in 2026.
Ooh la la.
He said, I want to change the paradigm once again. For the last 24 years, Robin has led her life holding on to my tail. And she's been this plus one. She's been the wife of a celebrity. She's had to pivot and adjust her life based on mine. Has tremendous benefit from it, but we're uneven, and I want to level that out. She deserves it. Aw.
That's kind of sweet.
Pretty sweet of him.
And so France?
He said, I want
she French?
I want to go for day trips and have the fire in the fireplace and drink wine with new friends and not read scripts. It's not going to be like, oh, I'll read and see what I'm going to do. No, it's a pause. It's a stop. I won't be thinking about work, and I'm not going to be taking phone calls. So he is going to shut it down for a year.
Cuts like a week from now. Where the hell are you going?
Yeah. So we'll see. That would be
Where are my baguettes?
great to have the ability to unplug like that. And all you have to be is really super successful, and then you can do that.
Something we have not achieved yet.
Despite her ability to pose nude professionally, Kim Kardashian revealed on the latest episode of The Kardashians that she isn't comfortable with her body in the bedroom. She said, I pretty much have the lights off now. She said this to Scott Disick.
Well, I saw like an hour-long film where the lights were completely on.
yeah.
And she was doing sort of gymnastics in bed.
Yeah.
She was. But
Yeah.
you know what? If you do recall, like she did leave her bra on the whole time.
That's true. As did he.
It pissed me off.
Yeah.
I wanted her bra to come off.
I know. Let's see your nips.
Nick's quite the movie critic.
That's what, most movies, less bra, more boob.
But Casey's quote, it would be, I want to see your nips.
That's it.
You just flash it up in big fonts. So she said, She said she'd feel insecure dating someone much younger than her, and the pair were conversing about Cher's recent romance with Alexander Edwards, who is 40 years younger than her. Yeah,
Yes.
so
Can you believe that?
Then Kim or then her mom?
No, Cher. Cher's romance with Alexander Edwards.
I totally missed that part.
So she said it's weird, but then
Put your pants back on.
She said it's so weird, but then I can walk out of a photo shoot with 100 people working on set. I can walk out in a thong. And she said, but if it's like you're there with me, I'm like, wait, don't look at me. Turn the lights off. On the topic of her dating life, she said that things have been kind of awkward since she and Pete Davidson broke up.
When they see each other?
She said, the media made me feel like I was in a very serious relationship so quickly, I just want to sneak around a little bit.
She really has to put up with a lot.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to sneak, she said.
I mean, it seems so glamorous and exciting, and yet she puts up with so much stuff, Preston.
How about that?
I think you and I, have made the mistake of underappreciating her.
Casey, where's our the ricochet effect? The Can you
right
play
over
that,
here.
please? That's Casey leaving the studio now.
Here we go.
Ariana Maddox opened up about
know who she is.
the lack of
None of you do.
the lack of intimacy
Why is he leaving now? He watches the show now.
between her and her ex-boyfriend Tom Sandoval in an
Yes.
interview with Glamour published on Thursday. This comes after Sandoval mocked her. Mock?
Yeah.
I don't have.
It's okay.
Oh wait, here it is. Wait, I got it.
Yeah.
So she was. She feels like she was mocked.
Yeah.
And for wearing a T-shirt during sex
No.
on the Vanderpump Rules reunion Wednesday night.
She's mocked for that?
She said, I feel like I'm someone who craves intimacy outside of just penetrative sex. And she said, and that was something that I was deprived of for so long. As women, we might bring something up a bunch of times, and then we just stop. That's where I was at. I was like, I cannot keep nagging this man to want to come home and spend time with me. She said the way that so many men act like they are entitled to your body and entitled to sex because you're in a relationship with them. I am not your fleshlight. I spelled out what I needed, but hello, it's a two-person situation, she says.
Hello.
I can't take it. Now I'm feeling Casey's pain now.
Maddox also dropped a new T-shirt on Thursday.
Did they? I'm really going to ask a question. So the people that you're talking about, did they break up? Is that why she's saying all of this?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I just read the words.
It's excruciating.
By the way, she dropped a new T-shirt on Thursday, and it reads, F me in this T-shirt.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So that's her thing now.
There you go, girlfriend.
You can come back in. Did he leave?
Yeah.
Start
Like
talking-
leave?
Probably
or is he
driving
right
home.
there?
Start talking about food. He'll come back.
Pierogies.
Yeah.
No, Casey doesn't like pierogies.
No, he does. Yeah, he doesn't like that.
Ice cream.
Where is he? Honestly,
Get him back!
Get him back in the studio. Casey, get your ass back in here. It's time to work.
Yeah, come on.
He's resting.
Jesus.
That was a really crappy thing to say, Kathy.
What? You have an opinion about food. I was trying to get you back in here.
Okay.
All right. Next story. According to NBC News, Jamie Foxx's rep has shut down the rumor that the Ray actor's medical complication was due to a COVID-19 vaccine reaction. The unsubstantiated claim went viral after gossip columnist A.J. Benza told Dr. Drew Pensky that Fox was left partially paralyzed and blind from receiving the vaccine.
AJ Benza's still a thing?
Yes, he's still a thing. Remember we had him on the show? a
I
while
do,
ago?
yeah.
Yeah.
No,
he
I
used
don't.
He used to be the gossip guy.
He was like E, right?
Yeah,
E Entertainment?
absolutely.
Wow.
Apparently, Jamie Foxx's rep has said that's a bunch of crap. It's not true.
Okay.
But we still don't know
We have no idea.
what his current status
And that's
is.
really part of it. And I understand you are entitled to your privacy if you're going through something. But we have not heard word one from Jamie himself. We have not seen any pictures of him. And Mike Tyson pointed out correctly that the facility Jamie Foxx was at dealt with stroke patients.
Yeah, so maybe it's that. I don't know, but apparently this has nothing to do with the COVID-19 vaccine or a reaction to it or anything along those lines. According to The Sun magazine, the latest celebrity couple is none other than milkshake singer Kellis. Is that how you say her name? Khalees. Thank you. The Groundhog Day actor Bill Murray and Groundhog Day actor Bill Murray.
What?
Yeah.
How do you say that? Is it Murray or Murray?
A friend reportedly told the outlet they met up in the States, before which got people in the industry talking, and now are meeting up in London while they are both here. And they said they've clearly hit it off.
Bill Murray and the milkshake song girl.
Whether it is that has brought him together, what?
It's horrible copy.
Whatever it is that has brought them together, and however unlikely it seems, they are both single and having fun despite their fairly big age gap. So he is 72, she is 43 years old.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Go figure.
That's cool. Hopefully it's they're digging on each other. We'll see. Lindsay Lohan spoke with Allure in a cover story published on Thursday.
I read it all the time.
About how she's preparing to welcome her first child to the world. She said, I can't wait to see what the feeling is and what it's like to just be a mom.
How far along is she?
Over 6 months, I think, right? I thought it was, I thought a couple of weeks ago they were saying she's 6 months along. She said it's overwhelming in a good way. The Freaky Friday actress also shared the advice that she received about raising a child while working in Hollywood from her on-screen mother, Jamie Lee Curtis. She said, I spoke to Jamie Lee Curtis recently, and she was like, you just bring the baby with you and everything will be fine. So
Jamie Lee Curtis is right.
Yep. Al Roker asked Common about the rumors that he and Jennifer Hudson are dating on Thursday's episode of The Today Show. The Silo actor, who is from Chicago, did not deny or confirm the reports, but he did smile wide and speak highly of the EGOT winner and said, I'll say, speaking of Chicago, she's a Chicagoan, this amazing human being. I've always been inspired by her. And he said she's one of the most... Chicago! She's one of the most beautiful people that I've ever met on the planet. Incredible heart, and she's just dope, man.
She is just dope,
That's
man.
what he had to say.
And I just love her voice. I mean, when
she's amazing.
She opens up the movie Sing because she voices the character of is it a sheep or a goat or whatever? But she does the Golden Slumbers.
Yes, she plays the older diva singer, and it blows you away with that version. I agree. She's an incredible singer.
What is that animal? It's not a llama.
I think it's a llama.
Is it a llama?
Yeah.
Is it a llama or is it a moose?
I don't know.
John C. Reilly's a sheep.
Okay.
John C. Reilly's a sheep.
This is blowing my mind.
I know. Yeah. Anyway, back to you, Preston.
What was Bono was a lion, right? In the second one?
In the second one, yeah.
I didn't see the second one. I heard it was
It's not that great.
Really?
I mean, compared to the first one was a revelation. But
The second one was sang?
No, not sang. It was just sing too.
Song.
It was sung.
Sang.
All right. Wendy Williams' manager has some hopeful news for fans of the former TV host. E.T. spoke with Williams' manager, Will Selby, who confirmed that she is currently in a wellness facility where she is receiving treatment.
How's Wendy doing, Will?
Wendy, he answered E.T. and said, Wendy is at a facility doing her best to be her best.
What does that mean? It sounds like nonsense.
She's taking it day by day.
That all sounds like just slogans.
Selby says of Williams...
Why don't you give me something substantive?
...has been in and...
I'm trying to meet a deadline, goddammit.
You got like
You're feeding me pablum.
You got to get this done in 5 parsecs.
Come on, 5 parsecs.
Yeah. Selby says of Williams, who has been in and out of the health facilities over the past few years, and he said, and that's another thing, too.
Did you ever meet Ricky Lake?
What?
Wendy Williams, Ricky, the whole group, man. Stay with me.
Does anybody even ask, like, how's she doing? Does anyone even care? I feel like everyone just...
It's a Chicago song.
Puts out negative... It's Chicago, yes.
Exactly.
Negative information. Chicago.
Chicago! Chicago! Does anyone really know what sport it is?
I feel like everyone...
Does anyone kaflang?
What?
It's my language.
Oh, it's your native tongue.
So she's been in a lot of issues.
Yeah.
And so she was going to start a podcast. I don't know if that's come to fruition. But, man, I feel bad for her.
Yeah. So the Sun reported that...
Me too.
The 58-year-old was hospitalized after checking into a medical facility in New York. The outlet had initially reported citing a source that Williams was admitted to the hospital and was released briefly, but went right back in just a day later. And I read something about her having an alcohol issue the other day. So
remember when we were inducted into yes, believe it or not, we were inducted into the National Radio Hall of Fame. But Wendy Williams had a delayed acceptance speech because of the COVID stuff. They didn't have it. Yeah. And it was good to see her win. But, man, she's been on a precipitous decline since then.
Yeah, she's been through the ringer, most definitely. So we were talking about Brad Inglesby yesterday.
Yes.
The local guy who created Mayor of Easttown along
Yes, I'm a fan.
with other things. He's got something in the works with HBO. Now, I don't know if this is the same thing we were talking about yesterday because Mark Ruffalo's name is mentioned in this, and he's set to star in.
Is it Hulk of Easttown?
And executive produce the series. My God, that would be wonderful.
With the Delco accent?
Oh, my God. Which the outlet describes is about a law enforcement task force and the criminals they're trying to apprehend. So
Hulk answer phone.
I guess that's another project of his.
Yeah, because the one we were talking about yesterday is an Apple TV Plus show, and that's the one with Julianne Moore and Sydney Sweeney and Domhnall Gleeson.
Right.
And they're wrapping up filming of that at the end of this month.
The guy's on fire, Preston.
Yeah, good for him.
Once he gets really famous, he'll completely disassociate from us.
Yeah, but until then, he's a close personal friend. Deadline reports that Queen Charlotte, a Bridgerton story, remains at the top of the Nielsen streaming chart.
I have not seen it.
I know. I've got to watch it. I started it and.
What's holding you back, Kathy?
No, I literally watched like 10 minutes, got interrupted, and never went back. I have to go back to
Is
it.
It's a bodice ripper, as they say? It's a lot of humping, right?
Queen Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
the
don't
Bridgerton
know.
stuff. There's a lot of.
I don't know if Queen Charlotte is, though.
Okay.
The show reached
Maybe it's a DIY show.
1.9 billion minutes viewed in its second week on Netflix.
Wow. Well, maybe it is then, Steve.
Bridgerton has also made its way back to the top 10 streaming originals list following the debut of the prequel. So it's doing, they're both doing really, really well.
Is there another season of Bridgerton coming out?
There's 2 so far, right?
Don't know.
Is it 3?
I forget.
Man.
I think.
Come on, Kathy, get with it.
I don't know. I just know the last one where when the guy left.
Everyone freaked out.
But I liked it. I thought it was really good.
All right.
According to the Hollywood Reporter, Ryan Reynolds and Kenneth Branagh are set to lead the action-adventure film called Mayday by Apple Original Films and Skydance. Jonathan Goldstein and John Francis Daly wrote the script prior to the Writers Guild of America strike and are set to direct the project. I haven't seen what it's about at all, but it's called Mayday, so I don't really know, but you got some big names in Ryan Reynolds and Kenneth Branagh. And then the last thing, stop it. This is just a blip.
Hey!
You're not leaving.
He's leaving?
I told you, I'm staying true to my word, brother.
He's out. He's gone.
It's another Vanderpump Rules thing.
Why
real
did you
quick
just
here.
rope them in together?
Because I wanted to see what he did. Variety reports that in the wake of all the Scandival drama, a new Vanderpump Rules spin-off has been ordered to series by Hulu. And, of course, you would expect there's probably going to be several of them. If it's this successful.
I can't.
I feel like I need to start watching it.
That's the exact opposite of what I feel.
I don't know.
I feel I need to hunt them all down and murder them.
I might give it a try just so someone can, because Casey's leaving and he's the only one that watches it, so somebody can contribute and know what they're talking about.
I think it's kind of interesting, though, that like it's sort of a thing now because it's been on for 10 years.
Forever.
Yeah.
I think it was this Scandival
I
that
guess,
actually reignited it.
But even when we had Taryn Hatcher on the other day, she's been watching it from the beginning, and I don't.
She even left the series for a while and went back to it.
It's just been around for so damn long.
The 10-episode series
Just because
follows
Casey's such a big fan.
the staff at Lisa Vanderpump's luxury French villa as they accommodate their wealthy guests.
They can invite over Bryan Cranston.
Yes, because he'll be there. You're right.
Why did you call me?
All right.
You want to come over and watch Vanderpump?
All right, there are
Leave me alone.
new movies opening this weekend. Yeah.
Dum, dum.
This is the issue with walking out of the studio.
Yeah.
If you don't need me ever, you can just hit that.
Yeah. I'm voting for staying in the studio regardless.
All right, opening this weekend, and so it starts today, Transformers Rise of the Beasts. sci-fi, action, adventure starring Anthony Ramos, Dominique Fishback, and Ron Perlman. Returning to the action and spectacle that have captured moviegoers around the world, Transformers Rise of the Beasts will take audiences on a 90s globe-trotting adventure with the Autobots and introduce a whole new faction of Transformer, the Maximals, to the existing Battle of Earth
Are they like snackables?
between Autobots and Decepticons. Running time is 2 hours and 7 minutes. It's rated PG-13. Wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score 55%.
So Bumblebee took place in the 90s as well. It was
Yeah.
a period piece.
I think, Steve, that there were a whole bunch. And listen, I don't know because I think there were 7 or 8 movies of
There
this
are a
in the
ton of
franchise
them,
now.
yeah.
But I think a whole bunch of the Transformers died at one point, so they're going back in time so
To
that
the
they can
Snackables?
have no, so they can have the Transformers who died in these other movies because they're quote unquote still alive back in the 90s.
I see what you're saying. That would make sense.
Also opening this weekend is Flamin' Hot. It's a comedy/drama starring Jesse Garcia, Annie Gonzalez, and Dennis Haysbert. The inspiring true story of Richard Montañez, who, as a Frito-Lay janitor, disrupted the food industry by channeling his Mexican-American heritage to turn Flamin' Hot Cheetos from a snack into an iconic global pop culture phenomenon.
It's a true story. Yeah.
That's wild. It's 2 hours and 9 minutes long, rated PG-13 in theaters and streaming today. Rotten Tomatoes score gives it a 67%.
It's the one that Ava Longoria directed.
Yep. And then finally, 97 Minutes opens. It's a mystery thriller starring Jonathan Rhys-Meyers, Alec Baldwin, and Mayan Buring.
Is this a sequel to 96 Minutes?
It must be. A hijacked 767 will crash in just 97 minutes when its fuel runs out. NSA Director Hawkins prepares to have the plane shot down, leaving the fate of the innocent passengers in the hands of an undercover Interpol agent. It's an hour and 33 minutes long, PG-13, and a limited theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score, no score yet, which means it probably sucks. So.
They didn't make 97 minutes long. Add 4 minutes.
Yeah, you're right. It's an hour and 33 minutes long.
I mean, you get Baldwin just diatribing for a little while, and you
You're
get
better than that.
I agree.
All right, looks like mystery clips, gang.
Oh, all right. So you know how we play this?
Yep.
Raise your hand if you think you know what it is.
I don't have any information on what we're going to play here, so let's.
Well, you can't do anything yet because they're not over yet.
Oh, the clips aren't over yet.
What in the hell is going on?
But if you want to hear the milkshake song, that's all ready to go. You know
Yeah,
what?
I actually do.
Can we do this? Let's play a clip from a movie that's coming out in 2 weeks because they sent over Long Island iced teas a couple of days ago for National Long Island Iced Tea Day.
Right.
And so there's a movie coming out called No Hard Feelings. And by the way, the only person I know in this universe that drinks Long Island iced teas is Kyle.
Who's Kyle? Did you get
Kyle,
him?
did you take the picture of you didn't take it with you? That's disappointing.
Yeah.
There was a huge picture of Long Island iced teas.
Oh,
and
I was wondering what that
There
was
were
out there.
a mock version, yeah.
yeah, there was,
And then there was the alcohol version.
yeah, and then, yeah. So in the movie, No Hard Feelings, there is a scene with Long Island iced teas, and here it is.
What do you want, Maddie?
A Long Island iced tea for me, and
Pepsi, please.
we only have Coke.
Oh, do you want to go somewhere else?
No, Percy, he'll have a Long Island iced tea too.
Okay.
Am I allowed to be here?
Oh, yeah, I know the owner, it's fine.
It's just that I'm not 21.
That doesn't matter here.
Well, I think it's a federal law. I just hope my parents don't find out that I'm here.
Okay, Long Island iced tea for America's sweetheart, and one for the boy.
This is the worst iced tea I've ever had.
This is the Jennifer Lawrence movie?
Yeah,
Jennifer Lawrence
this actually
She
looks
looks great in it, by
She
the
looks
way.
terrific. It's a comedy, and she's basically seducing a young guy.
Yeah.
And so she's paid by the parents to
Yep.
kind of
Yep.
pop his proverbial guy cherry.
Oh,
Yep.
that's how they end up together.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And she's down on her luck looking for money, and so she goes for it.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I love her.
All right. Now, are you guys ready for mystery clips?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. I don't think you guys are going to get either of these.
Well,
I don't know these.
Have some faith in us.
All right.
All right.
All right. Clip number 1. Are you ready?
Yes.
Lily is kind of starting from rock bottom in this season, I guess, and navigating her life again, trying to find out what love means to her, what love is. Also, I love it because all my girlfriends and myself relate to Lily. We're a little messy. We're trying to find love, our career, societal expectations, family expectations. So where do we find ourselves?
All right, Nick had his hand up first.
Lily Collins, Emily in Paris.
No.
Steve.
I was going to say Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne. No, that is incorrect.
No. Does anybody even know who Emerald Tobia is?
Not a clue.
Okay.
All right, Marissa.
She stars in With Love, which is returning for its second season. Living, Laughing, and Loving. It's available on Prime Video.
All right. Here's our next mystery clip. Raise your hand if you know who it is. Here we go.
I just can't. I've said this a few times, but I just couldn't believe that a documentary hadn't been made on probably like the last horror great. And I really feel compelled to always say this. That's not to put down everyone else, but Robert as a face value horror icon who completely made a role his own, and you literally put him next to his character. You can easily say him within the same breath as Freddy Krueger.
Okay.
It's a documentary about Robert Englund, so we know that. That's what he's talking about.
I have no idea who that is.
And I don't know who this guy is. Who is this guy?
His name is Christopher Griffiths.
Marissa?
Steve, you nailed it. There is a documentary called Hollywood Dreams and Nightmares, the Robert Englund story, available now on Screambox.
Oh, I have Screambox.
All right.
Yeah.
And that's our final mystery clip. All right. It looks like we have our coolest teacher.
No kidding.
On the line, so we can talk to them. And it was Woodbury High School in Woodbury, New Jersey, that we put the word out to vote for the coolest teacher of the year. And we found out it is the Chinese language teacher, Mr. John DeMarco. He's joining us this morning. John, good morning.
Good morning. Good to I've been listening to you guys since 7th grade. So
stop it.
You got to be kidding us.
7th grade. Where are you from, John?
Voorhees, New Jersey.
All right.
Went to Eastern High School. Went to college at Delco, Westchester, Pennsylvania, Westchester University.
No kidding. Wow. And did you was your studies? I mean, Chinese, was that a major for you?
No, my major is actually criminal justice, and I took Chinese as a language requirement, and just ended up after graduating from Westchester, moving out there, setting up a life for 10 years before moving back here.
So would you say you're fluent in Chinese? Or what is it, Chinese or Mandarin, or what are you speaking specifically?
Standard Chinese, and I guess I'm pretty fluent. I was a medical translator in the city. I was a legal translator out there, so I did okay.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. Again, we just had 3 languages in school. If Chinese had been an option, I might have jumped into that.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick, I'm going to direct this to you. You have a friend who is a translator, right? For whose mother is a translator.
Yes.
And it's a very lucrative profession, is it not?
Well, she speaks multiple languages. She speaks Mandarin, Cantonese, Korean, Japanese, and English.
Wow.
And so, how long have you been speaking it? And when did you start learning in the first place?
I actually got started really late compared to the kids I'm teaching. I started in my sophomore year at Westchester, so very, very late. But moving out there and living there for 10 years is what got me to a higher level.
Okay. And how difficult is that a language to learn? If you were to rank it amongst the, standard foreign languages that you can take in high school, how hard is this to learn?
Scale of 1 to 10, probably a 10.
Yeah, no doubt.
I would think so.
The speaking is not too bad, but once you get into the writing and reading, it's a difficult thing.
Aren't the typewriters like the size of a car? I mean, they're huge. The alphabet.
It's a little different. They have a special way to be able to type the characters using just standard keyboards.
Oh, all right, okay.
Hey, was when you were at Eastern High School as a soccer player, was Mr. Griffin your soccer coach?
No, I had a guy named my math teacher, Pete DeFeo.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure because my friend of mine from college is the soccer coach at Eastern. Actually, it might be female, but either way. But you're the soccer coach at Woodbury as well, right?
Correct, yes. I've been doing it for 4 years now.
And it says here that you oversee the award-winning eSports Club. What awards has the club won?
We won a couple invitational tournaments, and we're often get voted as one of the longest-running best programs in the area.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So what are the esports you excel at?
We have two players from Rocket League who probably will go on to be able to play in college. We have a really good Overwatch team. Valorant and Super Smash Brothers all do pretty well.
It's so wild that they have these e-teams like that. It's amazing.
That's great. You got a good summer planned, John?
I do the summer camp for the school over to get kids into a free breakfast, free lunch, and then we do a bunch of field trips with them throughout the summer.
Nice.
And then come August, taking the family probably up to Toronto.
Oh, enjoy, man.
Where you can use that Chinese.
Yeah, put that Chinese to good use. Well, listen, we're going to give you, on behalf of the students at Woodbury, the Woo, by the way, you were going to get the Preston and Steve Coolest Teacher of the Year coffee mug. And we're also going to give you a $50 gift card for Five Below. All right, my man?
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
You got it. Congratulations, John.
Yeah.
DeMarco.
Our final of the year.
Last one from Woodbury High School. And a thank you to all teachers who do connect and make a difference and try to help kids in a really difficult time. You really do make a huge difference, and we have a tremendous amount of respect for you. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment as this Friday morning unfolds. Stay with us.
On 93.3 WMMR.
A lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna cut
because
it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, I won't go into all that. That's the religious part and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Or
whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it.
Mm-hmm.
And just
he's praying over the corrosion.
In his air. Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. What? And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. Why? Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
Previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down in a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went up, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it. You know?
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are you out of your mind?
Right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays.
Oh, my God.
Are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, it's there on my back. I just made back.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take them out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying this? Yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedure.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute!
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling.
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes. Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that, too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
Is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. Yeah, the teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of school, the schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah, that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him, don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not
This kid walking along, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something, but what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but WMMR.
Before we move forward, we have to congratulate Mr. Greg Murphy because he won this. He was up for an award of sorts. And Nick, you want to share that info?
Yeah. I won this last year, and Greg was nominated this year. It's a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society's Visionary of the Year, which is a really cool thing. Greg's team collected over $140,000.
Wow.
Which is unbelievable. He had the support of the Phillies, which was really cool. And so the gala was last night, and I was lucky enough to go. And it was awesome. I'm so proud of Greg. And so collectively, all of the teams were able to raise more than $350,000. So, big ups to Greg for doing such an awesome job. His health is good. He's been struggling with cancer for the better part of a year or so, 2 years maybe at this point. But he's doing pretty well. He's able to travel with the team and go to games and stuff. So I'm just really proud of him and really happy for him. And it's cool to see them collect that much money.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats, Greg. All right. Speaking of awards, there are awards won in the culinary world.
It's time for the Connoisseur. You heard that bell and everything. today.
That's right.
You don't have to wear the hat today.
No, I'm not wearing the hat. It's a little tight when I have it over the headphones.
Gives you a headache, doesn't it?
Give me a little bit of a headache, so I don't want that. All right, Philadelphians won 3 major categories at the James Beard Awards this past Monday, as Friday, Saturday, and Sunday was named Outstanding Restaurant.
What?
Yeah.
Why was I just talking about that restaurant? I literally was just talking about that restaurant.
What is it again?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
It used to be a BYO, did it not? It doesn't matter. That's pretty cool.
So, Outstanding Restaurant, and Ellen Yin, Outstanding Restaurateur, while Chudatip Nak Santaranan of Kalaya, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that restaurant correctly or not, won for Best Chef Mid-Atlantic. Marissa, did I get any of that right?
You were so close. It's
Kalea?
Nook and it's Kalia.
Kalia.
Nothing for Sadalan Kanka?
No, nothing this year. Nominated, but they didn't win.
This award show, as I was watching footage of it, is
It's like the
effing huge.
It's the Oscars for the restaurant industry.
It most definitely is.
the full thing. Tuxedos, gowns, the whole thing.
Yep. It was, I think, probably the only thing bigger is the Palme d'Or award. That's the international
Sure. Yeah,
thing. So it was
and the AVNs, Preston.
Oh, the AVNs, of course. It was the city's strongest showing in the prestigious award since 2017, when restaurateur Steven Starr and chefs Michael Solomonov and Greg Vernick won their categories. Aside from civic pride, the awards drew attention from national food and travel publications.
Did you say Ellen Yin won something?
Yes. So she won Outstanding Restaurateur.
Okay. So I had an extensive, long interview with her. I did a couple of years ago, and she's a really nice woman. I'm happy that she won that.
Cool. She's the one that brought Fork into existence in Old City. So 3 other chefs and restaurateurs from Philadelphia made it to Chicago for the ceremony.
That's pretty cool, man.
Amanda Schulman of Her Place Supper Club was a finalist for Emerging Chef. Jesse Ito of Royal Izakaya and Dionicio Jimenez of Cantina La Martina were both in the running for the Best Chef Mid-Atlantic category. But they didn't win, but they were nominated, so that's still a huge, huge honor.
Accolades-wise, again, we've been saying it. We've proffered this notion before on the show. Philadelphia's got to be top tier restaurant city. Correct, Marissa?
Yeah, so my podcast host, Eli, who Ellen is also responsible for bringing him to Philly and opening up High Street, said that Andrew Zimmerman, the host, after like the second award was like, wow, Philly's really killing it or something like that.
There we go.
You know, on a
Get
national
your
level,
ass.
acknowledging that.
The award show, by the way, is going to be rerun on the Cooking Channel June 6th at 6 p.m. if you want to check that out.
Huh.
And,
Preston, there was also one more ancillary connection. There is a bartender who is doing like a pop-up at Hop Sing. His name is Toby Maloney, and he won the James Beard for Best Bartender.
He's written a few books on bartending, correct?
Yeah. And he's at Hop Sing for the next
So
little
you go to
while.
Hop. This may be your chance to go to Hop Sing, Preston. If you wanted to go there.
I just have to go there.
Yeah.
That's all I have to
That's
do.
the hard part, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is. The
It's
actual
just-
going there part is the
getting
hard
out
part
of bed just seems to be the difficult part.
Yes.
Where is this place? Is it in my bed?
This has been like my Oscars. I'm reserving all of my comments, but there's so much to say. Actually, our latest episode of Delicious City is all about the James Beard.
It's Marissa's podcast.
Yeah.
It's actually very well done, Marissa.
It comes out on Monday.
It comes out on Monday. Excellent. All right. Well, there you go. Order up. I am going to do something. You know what? Hey, we have movie clips to play.
Okay, this is a good effort, and I think it's working, Preston, because we know this is the most universally loathed segment on the show, and yet I think things are turning around with this cool contest that you've made a part of it.
Well, I think that it may be over. I think that the whole it's terrible thing is over.
You think it's okay
And
now?
I'm going to share some proof of that in a moment.
Oh.
But we're going to do a movie clip and see if you can identify this film. And by the way, Casey, what are we going to? We have a variety of things.
Yeah,
to give away.
and as a
You'll
matter
just
of-
get a prize.
Yeah, you get a prize, whatever it is.
All right.
Whatever I give you.
So
Shut up.
Here we go. What movie is this from?
What?
Nothing. You stick out like a sore thumb around here.
Me? What about you?
I fit in better than you. At least I'm wearing cowboy boots.
Oh, yeah, you blend.
I bet the Chinese food here is terrible.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. What movie is that from? And we have a prize associated with it. So here you go, Steve. Proof that that the loathing of the Connoisseur segment is over.
Excellent.
I got a letter, a handwritten letter from Fort Dix Correctional Institution. Federal correctional institution.
You're talking some primo Chi-Chi.
And, well, it's mentioned in here. It says, Dear Preston and Steve, in my current circumstance, nearing the end of a 20-year sentence, I find audio food porn, such as the Connoisseur, nothing short of life-sustaining.
Wow.
As a general rule, chow hall food at FCI Fort Dix is edible but grossly inadequate since they can't afford to feed us. The stuff we cook up ourselves is better, but there's only so much we can do. We once had microwaves, but the Bureau of Prisons couldn't afford the upkeep, so we had to improvise. There are several clothes irons available to us, and only one of them is labeled not for cooking. Also, Also, and I think this is addressed to you, Steve, we don't make wine in the toilets.
No more?
We use the urinals. And it's not that bad. He said, you can hardly taste the piss. I think he's joking.
Oh, my God.
I think he's joking. They don't make
20
toilet
years. I want to know what he did.
Well, there's a comment at the end here. He said, so consider this a vote for the Connoisseur with or without contest. The man in the chef's hat consistently delivers for us the food deprived.
It's true.
And then he says, Froggy summed it up best in the Friday song, We All Want to Be the Connoisseur. Peace, you guys rock, and that's from Jolly Roger. And he says, P.S. You may be curious about the life of crime that landed me here. I am a lifelong deadhead. Uncle Sam strongly disapproves of transporting ridiculously large amounts of our sacrament across state lines.
Wow. But 20 years?
20 years,
I guess
man.
ridiculously large, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's the key phrase in there. So, Steve, I think we can put to bed the fact that people hate the
love
Connoisseur.
this. Listen, we're making people happy now.
All right, let's
Do you
see.
feel redeemed?
I do.
Of course.
I feel anew, if you will.
Like a
All right,
phoenix.
We'll see if someone knows what movie this food clip is from. Here.
Nothing. You stick out like a sore thumb around here.
Me? What about you?
I fit in better than you. At least I'm wearing cowboy boots.
Oh, yeah, you blend. I bet the Chinese food here is terrible.
Terrible. All right, let's go to Patrick, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy. All right, movie, please.
My cousin Vinny.
That is Yep, hang on the line. Here's what we have for you, bud.
We got a pair of tickets. Says MMR Rocks Queens of the Stone Age. That's going to be on Tuesday, August 8th at the Mann Center. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
Excellent. All right, we'll do another one in a little bit. But in the meantime, I'd like to mention that today is National Corn on the Cob Day.
Yeah.
Corn Hub.
And that's exactly what I thought of him. One of the greatest food trucks ever, Corn Hub.
And really good corn.
Yes, that's why they're one of the greatest. What they put together is amazing. So, according to this article, corn is a New World plant native to the American lands that was originally enjoyed by the Native Americans.
And they called it what, Preston?
Some called it maize.
Yes.
Since then, corn has made various appearances in dishes all over the world.
It's true.
And the byproducts of this plant have been used in quite literally millions of different products. For instance, in the United States, high fructose corn syrup is found in almost every candy and certainly in almost every carbonated beverage it can be found. Other corn products that are used en masse include oil, cereals, snacks, breads, and even fuel. And corn on the cob comes in more varieties than a person might think. There's the traditional yellow corn, but there are also white and mixed colors, even blue corn. There's all kinds of different corns that you can get, and they can all be eaten on the cob. In that case, almost every type of corn can be prepared into corn on the cob through various methods of preparation, and each brings its own combination of tastes and flavors. So here's some ideas for you.
All right. Corn tips.
You can try by boiling it the old-fashioned way, right?
Stick it in a stew.
If you want to. The way that I always cook it at home is on the grill. I never boil it.
It seems to be the go-to. I'm not a massive corn on the cob fan, but having it on the grill done properly, yeah, I'm okay with it.
It gets stuck in my teeth. I can't eat it.
I don't mind. It tastes so damn good, and I love this time of year because this is when we get the most fantastic corn. And listen, I have to speak up for Jersey corn because last, or maybe 2 weeks ago, I was in New Jersey, stopped off at a food stand at a farmer's market, and picked up some corn on the cob, and it was like, what about Bob? I'm at home,
shucked,
just sitting there going, oh my God, oh, it's so good. And this is the time of year to get it. This is when you get the yummiest, sweetest corn available. So it's probably no secret why it is National Corn on the Cob Day, because it's now that you get the yummiest corn you're going to find. So, but this is me eating it.
After eating Jersey corn.
Yeah, Kathy, you know how I
Yeah.
make noises when I eat
You
it.
like to
Noises
enjoy.
of approval, yes. So.
Faye, this is so scrumptious. Is this hand shucked?
So there are a ton of different ways that you can prepare it, and seasoning it is the most fun because you
What's
can
your
do
go-to?
all kinds of stuff. There's a seasoning salt called Papa Joe's salt.
Yes,
and they're local, and we use it. I used it on corn on the cob, and they make a different. They make different varieties of it. There's Asian, and there's a jerk chicken or a Jamaican jerk, but anyway, I like to take some rosemary. And chop that up and sprinkle it on there with some butter and Papa Joe's salt and maybe some garlic as well.
Do you ever use elote?
I do not use elote.
I'm a big fan of that. Mexican street corn is fan-freaking-tastic. And Preston, I'm actually a little surprised. I get the grilling, and I agree with you, but I'm surprised you shun the boiling of it because to me that's just as delicious.
I disagree because on the grill you get some caramelized spots on the corn. It's kind of charred just a little bit, and I think it adds a little bit to it.
The way that my mom made it was boiling it. She would put a little bit of milk in the water for some reason. I don't remember why. Yeah, there's some. It has something to do with like softening the kernels or something.
Does she put raisins in it too?
No raisins,
okay.
But a little bit of milk, and then one stalk from the outside of the cob would also go. Yeah,
from the husk.
From the husk, yeah.
She's almost like an alchemist.
Yeah.
So we'll grill it completely with the husk on and everything. I just wrap it in foil and I grill it for 20 minutes. And what's great about that is if you're preparing other things for dinner, you keep it in that foil, it'll stay hot.
Yes.
And I mean hot for like an hour. And so you can get all your other things done. And that's always the first thing I do and just let it set aside. And then, because I like to have everything come out together at the same time.
I got you.
Yeah.
Have you ever cooked it by setting the produce stand on fire?
No.
Yeah, that is it's really good.
I'm open to it.
Another way to do it is wrap it in foil and then microwave it.
Shut up. All right, so here are a couple other ways to do it. Cajun corn on the cob. You can use mixed garlic powder, onion powder, red pepper, paprika, and oregano, and then sprinkle it. Corn on the cob citrus seasoned salt. That's really good, too.
I use chili jerk-off.
You can add sea salt, hot smoked paprika, black pepper, smoked salt, and then finely grated orange zest. And then you rub it on while cooking on the grill if preferred. There's also Italian. You can sprinkle buttered corn on the cob with Parmesan cheese. That's always really good, too. Powdered garlic and Italian seasoning. So it's like basil, oregano, rosemary, thyme, marjoram, stuff like that.
By the way, you don't have to do any of that. Corn on the cob is so good, you can eat it on its own.
Yeah, sometimes I will not even put salt or butter on it.
Yep.
Especially the Jersey corn. It's sweet and it's really, really good. Hang on a second. I will go to Kara. Hey, Kara, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Kara?
Just on my way to work, listening to you guys as usual.
Awesome. Thanks for calling. We'll see you later. No, why are you calling, Kara?
So corn on the cob, and this may be weird, but if you use mayonnaise and Old Bay, it is wonderful.
Interesting.
I just eat that as a dessert.
Just the mayonnaise.
Yeah, mayonnaise Old Bay. It's great. It almost looks like pudding.
Thank you, Kara. Appreciate it. By the way, I tried something the other day, and this is a good time to bring it up. I was making grilled cheese. And remember, people had called in and said you should put mayonnaise on the outside and grilled cheese that way?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Oh, God, you make me feel so much better. I was nervous.
Don't even waste your time.
All right, good.
There are people right now screaming at the radio, but I did not care for it.
You didn't like it
at all. No.
No.
Not for me, anyway.
No. Have you seen the new toaster that they're hawking? And I don't know if it's been around for a while, Preston, but you can take the toaster. It has sort of a clamping closed compartment. You put over the bread. You can put the cheese in. Basically, you toast a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, man.
It's like
a
in
toaster
a
oven?
nanosecond. No.
I want to try
You
this.
put it in vertically the way you'd put toast into a toaster.
Do you have
That's
to,
bizarre.
You have to like oil them.
That I
bread
didn't
ahead
know.
of time?
But you put the bread, preparing for a grilled cheese sandwich, pop it in the toaster, it pops up, and you've got a grilled cheese sandwich.
I got to check that out.
It's effing nuts.
Interesting. All right, National Corn on the Cob Day. All right. Order up.
Where is the thing? Oh,
Where?
Sorry, I got you.
All right, we're going to do another movie clip and see if you can identify this. Steve, I had you in mind when I isolated this clip. We need to know what movie this is from, identify and get a prize. Here we go.
You and I gotta have a little sit down here. What the fuck?
Did you dump already?
I did.
Okay.
Holy moly. That was the most blatant F-bomb.
Yes, she said the original instead.
That was amazing.
I thought Marissa would pick up on that little subtle F-bomb and edit it out of there.
Hey, it's been a while since that happened. You guys want to talk about James Beard again?
Nope.
Wow.
Sorry.
Nope.
Play the other ones.
Wow.
I'll have that one corrected in momentarily.
Well, I want to use that one,
Yeah.
so we'll have you edit it, and then I will play it in a moment. People are probably already calling who know, but wow.
That was great.
That was
Well, also because the audio is so well recorded for
Yes.
this particular movie. And
that cut through.
It cut through
strongly.
really.
It was,
Well, and we like we don't expect that. Like
Yeah.
the bleep
Yeah.
is there, and okay, so when do you hear it?
not a lot of gray area on that one.
Smash you across the face.
There's no music behind it, no sound, clear.
Real quick, did our YouTube feed got that right?
Oh, they
All
probably did, right?
Yay.
Okay.
I enjoy that.
All right. No, Marissa has re-edited it, Casey. So
Okay.
do you need to All right, here we go.
Wait. Come on, you.
You almost said it. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. Here we go.
You and I gotta have a little sit down here.
Sit down.
What the did you marinate this steak in? Because it's out of this world. You're killing me with it. No. It's a family secret. Hmm? Come on. That is one of the best goddamn steaks I ever had in my life. Ever.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that's from.
I love our YouTube community because they've had so much fun with it. And Casey, yes, they caught it blatantly and very much enjoyed it.
All right, as summer vacation nears and many Californians are planning to hit the road, Cheez-Its is inviting road travelers to visit its unique rest stop experience in Joshua Tree. This is so cool.
Really?
It's at a famous gas station and souvenir shop along 29 Palms Highway. The company has transformed the location into the biggest, cheesiest roadside attraction to ever grace America's beloved highways and byways. That's what they called it. And for 1 week only, from Monday to Sunday, those who visit the location can fuel up with the world's first and only Cheez-It pump, designed to pump Cheez-It bags into a vehicle.
Oh my God.
And I saw the picture of it. It looks so cool. Guests also can buy Cheez-It-related memorabilia and hard-to-find Cheez-It flavors at the connected shop. The Cheez-It-inspired rest stop will be open daily from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. through June 11th.
And this is near Joshua Tree?
Yep.
All right.
And so it's in Joshua Tree.
Okay, all right. Is there any song on that album that it references Cheez-Its?
No, I don't think it has anything to do with you two.
Great
But
snack Cheez-Its.
yeah.
Just a wonderful cheese taste in your mouth, in your face.
Peeling off those Cheez-Its.
Peeling off those Cheez-Its. 1,000, 2,000 Cheez-Its.
So according to the senior brand director for Cheez-Its, he said, "We know many Cheez-It fans love to travel, and they never hit the road without their beloved Cheez-It, and we created this brand first desert outpost to capture the excitement of summer road trips and encourage fans who want it, need it, Cheez-It to fuel up through their adventure."
If you take a long road trip, what will you put in the car that you absolutely have to have in the snack? I assume it's corn on the cob.
Yes, of course it is. No, for a long trip, I mean, I kind of go with Casey, and peanut M&Ms have to be there.
All right.
Especially if it's on a plane. But
On a road trip, like if you're driving across the country.
yeah, you need something
pretty
crunchy
good.
to snack
And
on.
by the way, Cheez-Its, I think every variety of Cheez-It is great. And I don't know if you guys, some people are a little lukewarm on the extra toasty ones.
No,
I love
they're
them.
burnt.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to burnt Cheez-It.
More for me.
I like the more toasty ones. Yes.
When I'm driving, I like a fondue. Yeah, that is kind of weird, but I do like it.
Listen, fondue is some of the greatest.
It is.
Something that you can order at a restaurant. If it doesn't matter what it is, if it's fondue, I'm like, yeah, I'll take it.
Are there any melting pots left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The one in King of Prussia is still
Yep.
there, right?
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
They don't have a drive-through though.
Yeah, that'd be great. You just stick your little fork through the window.
There's some cars come with a holder for your fondue pot.
Yes. Take this to
and
go.
You get skewers that are, reusable. All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to the mystery food clip. What movie is this from?
You and I gotta have a little sit down here. What the did you marinate this steak in? Because it's out of this world. You're killing me with it. No. It's a family secret. Come on. That is one of the best goddamn steaks I ever had in my life. Ever.
All right, let me go to Anthony. Yo, Anthony, what's up, bud?
What's up?
All right, what food clip, what movie is that from?
That is from Black Mass.
Black Mass, yes, correct. Johnny Depp. His voice is unbelievable. It's just, it's so menacing.
Oh,
just saying.
I think it's his best role I've ever seen him in. All right,
boy.
Anthony, we are going to give you this.
A case of Victory Summer Love. Taste victory with your favorite summer crusher. Victory Brewing Summer Love. Lemony, hops, crisp, and refreshing, and ready for your cooler.
All right, next story from the Connoisseur. This actually comes from Nick. It is a Twitter conversation that took place, and it's from Jeff McDevitt.
Yes.
Do we know who Jeff is? Just a random guy?
No, he's a writer for Philly, and maybe used to work for the Inquirer, but he's a great follow because he knows all things Philadelphia.
He wrote, "Help me settle a debate. What is the correct number of slices of deli meat / cheese that go on a sandwich? You need an exact ratio. This is a lunchtime sandwich, and yes, that matters."
I think it depends on the meat.
So I would agree. Roast beef is usually cut a little thicker. Well, it depends. Sometimes ham. Yeah, but I then say turkey. You usually don't get thick slices of turkey.
Right, or ham.
Yeah, I usually, if I'm going to make a sandwich and I have like a standard thin sliced ham, I'll probably go with 3 slices of ham and 2 slices of cheese. Almost always 2 slices of cheese, minimum, personally.
Wow. That's a little much cheese.
Really?
It's a little much.
That's a little much cheese. Yeah.
It's a little much cheese.
I go 4-1. 4 meat
Wow.
to 1 cheese.
So my ratio of cheese to meat is a little closer to yours, Preston. I like the cheese impression. I like to experience it.
Steve, is part of it is part of the appeal for you the flavor of the cheese is then balanced by the flavor of the meat?
I think it's because my body no longer produces semen.
I don't see why that's a connection at all.
I just wanted to say
okay.
that. I agree. It's the balance.
I gotcha.
It's the balance. Both with ham and cheese, which used to be my go-to, but it's turkey and Swiss now.
Okay.
Which
All right.
would be if I'm going to have a deli-type sandwich.
Yeah.
And I will, so I'd say we're probably 60-40.
Okay.
60-40 meat to cheese.
I just don't like the cheese overpowering the meat. You know?
Are you saying flavor-wise or texture-wise?
Both.
Then you
I
can
think
get a
that's
milder
wise.
cheese, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends on the cheese. So if you're having like a Lorraine Swiss, which is very, very mild, throw a little bit more on there.
I like when I'm biting through the bread.
Good boy.
That when my teeth reach the meat, that the consistency of the meat overpowers the consistency of the cheese.
Not I. I like a lot of cheese.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
It's personal preference.
You like to get lost in the cheese.
There's no judging here.
You know what's weird is on a sandwich, I prefer
my God.
cheese on the bottom, but like on a burger, cheese is on the top.
You prefer sandwich on the cheese on the bottom
of a sandwich? Yeah.
Oh, I do not.
Case I'm like on a hoagie.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Why?
Hoagie or just I don't know. It's just the way I always made it. You put the cheese and then the meat, and then the cheese always stays on the bottom.
Yeah, but you were taught to wipe your butt from front to back too. So
Do you still do that?
no, he came around.
No. I sit wipe now, but I still sit wipe.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
No, I don't do front to back.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Back to front. Back to front.
You do
Yes.
sideways.
So you didn't change.
No, I sit wipe now, and that has changed
He used to
everything.
stand wipe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I've changed everything. But can we talk about sandwiches?
Yeah. Let's get back to food. Dear God.
I didn't do that, Kathy.
Yeah.
That was not me.
Yeah.
That was me.
Case, if you're making a hoagie and you got the hoagie roll, splayed open.
Yeah.
Which goes on the roll first, the cheese or the meat?
Cheese.
That's actually
okay,
how.
so
That's how everybody makes it. Hoagies.
On a hoagie, I would probably do that because when you eventually, and I also like to put condiments on the bottom.
What?
Too. Yeah, because they'll get all over your face. Merci your face. If it's on the top.
Primo, if you order a sandwich, a hoagie from Primo, they're going to put the cheese on first and they'll put the meat on top. Now, however, if I'm making my own turkey and Swiss, turkey, then Swiss.
And then the condiments?
Yes, the mayonnaise.
But are you making it on a hoagie roll or just 2 slices of bread at home?
Usually a bagel. So
so 2 slices,
right?
As opposed to when you have the hoagie roll, which is 1, and it's kind of a V shape that you're going down into. I agree with putting the
I will
the cheese
also
on the bottom
on a bagel. I will scoop the bagel to reduce.
Oh, so it can kind of sit inside.
You bet your ass.
I don't like the condiments on the cheese. They have to be either on the bread
Yeah, some
or
people are specific about that.
yeah, or like the turkey or whatever you're making.
You know what I like about bagel sandwiches, Steve? and here's when I go 2 slices of cheese because you can then put the cheese on where the hole is, thereby protecting
There's a
any
cheese
meat from
hole.
fall. Yeah. And
There's a
so
protective cheese hole.
You're not going to have any like condiments squirt through.
Yeah.
Because you got a cheese layer to protect the hole, and nothing's going to fall out.
It's always about protecting your hole.
So on bagel sandwiches, 2 slices of cheese. Most other sandwiches, 4 slices of meat.
You ever have
and that is to protect the integrity of the cheese hole.
Correct. Yes.
To block it. Okay.
Right.
You don't want something in there you don't approve of.
Yeah, and you certainly don't want it squirting out.
Absolutely, like the mayonnaise.
Right.
Did you ever have a squiggle?
What's a squiggle?
A
It's
square
a-
bagel?
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't Manhattan Bagels make those?
I think
for like
Cossie.
yeah.
Squiggle sandwiches. Damn good.
I think everybody's got their technique.
Absolutely.
So
don't knock it.
Discuss at work today.
And get into a fight if you can. If you can today, get into a fist fight over bagel sandwiches at work.
All right. All right, we're going to do another movie clip and see if you can get this correct. What movie is this food clip from? Tell me this.
All right, Miss Vivian, one more time. Dinner napkin.
Dinner napkin laid gently in the lap.
Good. Elbows off the table. Don't slouch. Shrimp fork. Salad fork. Dinner fork.
I definitely have the salad fork. The rest of the silverware is a little confusing.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. What movie is that from? You want to talk to a corn farmer real quick? All right, so this is Michael, who's a corn farmer from New Jersey.
Hi, Mike.
He was told to call in. Hi, Michael. Good morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning to see you.
Merci, your face. Good morning to see you. All right. Michael, where are you a corn farmer in New Jersey?
In Cranberry.
You're farming corn and cranberry.
You bastard.
You magnificent bastard.
I think
It's like
pretty,
a kid's book.
I think it's pretty wild that there's only 1 ear of corn per stalk.
Is that correct, Michael?
There's one good ear. Sometimes you get a second one, so you call that a sucker.
I'm sorry, this is my bad.
I'm sorry, never on the left because my right's my good ear.
It's like a boxer. One is like a cauliflower ear.
What song is that? Is that the scenario? Never on the left because my right's my good ear.
Yeah,
I
I
could
think
give a damn about an ill subliminal.
All right, Michael, what can you tell us? Today's National Corn on the Cob Day. What can you share with us about the mysteries of corn?
I think the best way to eat it is still plain boiled.
Plain boiled.
Good corn.
All right.
If you have good corn.
If you have good corn is the key, okay. If you have crappy corn with a bad stalk or ear of corn, how do you prepare that?
Well, I wouldn't eat that.
Okay, man.
Wait, but
please.
Michael, you texted in because you said you had an observation about corn that we're eating now isn't necessarily from New Jersey. Is that right?
Correct.
Oh, no.
So the corn you're getting now, like at the farm stands or at the supermarket, that's all going to be Southern corn.
Even
So
at farm
typically-
stands? Like if you visit a farm stand in New Jersey, that's not corn from New Jersey?
Right now, most likely not.
They haven't harvested
What?
it yet.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, think about the cornfields that you've gone by as of
Yeah.
late.
But I was with you, Preston. Like you're driving to the beach and you see a corn stand.
You figure they're culling it from their own farm.
And you know what? That Southern corn with the way they stalk, it knocks me off when I'm down there. Thank you.
He left. Michael left.
Corn jokes.
All right, so when will we have native corn?
Typically, 4th of July is a good time to start, if not the week beforehand.
It's weeks away.
Yeah, it's weeks away.
Son of a
and the
bitch.
other thing is, too, a lot of the corn you see growing in the fields, that's not sweet corn.
Is it styrofoam?
Field corn?
Yeah, that's field corn, correct.
Okay.
And is that not good?
That's for like animal feed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
And that's the stuff that stays out and turns, it looks like it's dead eventually, right?
Yeah, it does. It dies out in the field, and we harvest it when it's dry.
Okay.
Michael, we cut you off, but what is the not good ear on the corn stalk called?
The sucker.
The sucker.
It's called the sucker?
Sucker.
All right, hang on a second.
Never on the left because my right's my good ear.
All right, there we go.
All comes back to scenario.
All right. I love it.
No. I was just ringing
What are
the
you
bell
doing?
because whatever. Michael.
I know I hear a bell and I just hit buttons.
So Michael, around July 4th, that's when we're going to get the really, really good stuff.
Yeah, that's when it's going to start, and you go all through July, all through August, and all through September, really.
Okay, because when I do buy corn in the wintertime, if I have a hankering for it,
Yeah.
and I know that it's not in season, and sometimes I'll have it at the store, it's never really good.
Yeah, why are you doing that to
No.
us?
It's going to be terrible. It's probably from California. So.
California corn.
That
sucks.
knocks me out when I'm down there.
I wish they could all be California
Oh
corn.
yeah, 'cause I used the wrong line. All right, Michael, thank you for lifting the veil on corn
Listen,
for us.
There's some facts we weren't ready to embrace.
Yeah. I feel a little betrayed.
Yeah. No,
right.
that the corn you're buying, roads that you
Thank you,
figure
Michael.
is associated
Yeah.
with the farm right there.
They have signs that
It's
say
a lie.
Jersey corn.
Bunch of
They
liars.
have signs that say Jersey corn
Now I will say,
How's
that
it spelled?
My wife will
with a Z.
she will what do you call it? Break the corn in half and then boil
She's
it
very
that
strong.
way.
Yeah.
And
Boils quicker, maybe.
yeah, well, it's also like it gives you like little bite-sized ones, but I don't prefer that because everybody always takes the thicker side, and then you only get like the little.
It's like porn.
Yeah.
Where it tapers
The
off.
tapered side.
Yeah.
And
You know,
that's-
see, that was good. Did she start that when the kids were little? Like, that's good for the kids because then they just get the little one and they don't
Yeah.
waste a full.
I remember when I was growing up as a kid, like my dad always had to start the corn for my brother. He always had to take that first bite for him because
Why?
I don't know. I guess he couldn't.
It's stuck in his teeth. So I don't eat it.
Oh no, interesting.
It does suck when you have braces and you try to eat corn on the cob.
Oh, I can imagine.
You got that.
Yeah.
you in the mouth.
You got
for
work to do.
About a month.
There is no mouth scenario that would keep me from eating corn.
That's two scenario references.
Yeah, and it's never on the left because it right's my good ear.
Never on the left because my right's my good ear.
All right, I want to see if we can get a winner for the movie clip and the food clip from a movie. What movie is this from?
All right, Miss Vivian, one more time. Dinner napkin.
Dinner napkin laid gently in the lap.
Good. Elbows off the table. Don't slouch. Shrimp fork. Salad fork. Dinner fork.
I definitely have the salad fork. The rest of the silverware is a little confusing.
All right, we're going to go to Scott, see if he knows the movie. It's an easy one. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Sorry about you guys at work.
Thank you. You're working. All right, Scott, what movie is that from?
Hey, Pretty Woman.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's what we're going to give you, Scott.
You want a pair of tickets to see Tracy Morgan. That is going to be on Friday, October 13th at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Tickets go on sale for that show today at 10 a.m. You can visit theoceanac.com for tickets and information. And it's a 21 and older show.
All right.
Isn't she a raging prostitute in that movie?
She is.
Yeah.
She is, definitely. All right, so I have more food stories and clips, but we just don't have the time.
Wait, can I add mine?
Oh, yeah. Kathy wanted to add something.
I just want to add really quick. So a good friend of mine, Nick Liberato, he's Chef Nicky on Instagram. He is opening up a New York-style Jewish deli in Newtown. It's called the Borscht Belt. It is now open, and it is at 2124 South Eagle Road. You guys probably would remember him. We had him here in studio. He was on Bar Rescue and also Netflix Restaurants on the Edge, which was
very nice guy.
a great show. If you haven't seen it, I believe you can still view it on Netflix. But yeah, so he opened up this deli in Newtown, and it's now open, and you can go in.
And I also want to send out the condolences to the Mrs. Marty's family. So Mrs. Marty's Deli in Lawrence Park in Delaware County, they lost Mr. Marty this week. My son told me. And
it's horrible.
It is. But, I just want to thank the whole Marty's family for doing what they do because it is a great breakfast spot. And by the way, the best, I don't even know don't know if they call them they're not hash browns, Preston, but your breakfast potatoes I've never had any breakfast potatoes like theirs anywhere else. So.
Home fries?
Home fries, I guess.
No,
you
he
would call
said
them,
home
yeah.
slice.
Home slice. Yeah.
All right, that's all we have time for. We're going to wrap up the Connoisseur. So thank you for stopping by. We do appreciate it. We need to take a break. We haven't even gotten to the bizarre file. It's
No.
5 minutes after 8
It's
already.
disgusting.
We have David Koechner coming up in just a little bit. He's going to be in our studio because he will be performing at Helium Comedy Club. So hang out. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WNMR.
Like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that. Kathy.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say, ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it?
I don't know.
Like I don't know. I just
You keep going back to old.
No,
These
the
old
standard thing would be prithee, good ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to show respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
what's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe.
I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carting everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see our ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
To clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart, then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I love
comment?
the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland Man. And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker. He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It's
It
glowing
lights up
to my
like my heart.
heartbeat. And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's so
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like.
Yes. Yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of.
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
I think it'd be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly,
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh, no,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need light? Here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait, this is too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. So they don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah, Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yeah,
for a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
So Tegan, sported the a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But Preston,
wouldn't that?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The
implant.
Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
very kind.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
A la the new. It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal, sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, What is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go. I'm going to say agree with Steve. I'd give up cooking. I Bleed for Preston and Steve Blood Drive T-shirt.
Yes.
And it is a Ted Lasso theme. For those of you who watch the show, think of the believe sign. And instead of believe, it says bleed. And that is what we have available for everyone who donates. Everyone who donates get an I Bleed for President Steve tote bag, which has the logo on it as well, and the newest President Steve t-shirt, Bleed. You can go to WMMR.com and take a look at it now and make an appointment while you're there. Donation times are between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. We got a nice big stretch for you to get signed up for this. Walk-ups are not permitted and eligibility guidelines are online, so do that. It is 1 week from today, but we are very proud of this shirt. I think it looks awesome. So if you'd like to get one, donate blood, and we want to get over 1,000 units this year. Get back to our original type of numbers that we had pre-COVID. All right, before we do the B file, it's Friday.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by or powered by PGW. Improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with a PGW Energy Sense rebate up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. You can learn more at PGWEnergySense.com. So this is a messed up story. Tourist filmed a fatal shark attack on a Russian citizen at a resort in Egypt on Thursday, and a video posted on social media showed the man being attacked and eaten as witnesses looked on from the beach in horror.
It's some of the most disturbing footage I've ever seen.
You can hear someone in Russia saying it's eating his remains now. He was later named as by Russian media as 23-year-old Vladimir Popov. The Russian consul general in Egypt, Viktor Voropayev, said the Russian died as a result of the shark attack and also warned citizens to be careful who were out at sea. Local authorities said beaches in the area had been closed as a result. It's just messed.
He was too far from anything to get to him in time.
Yeah,
and that was the issue.
They couldn't help him.
Yeah.
So just horrible, horrible footage. So let's see. What else do we have for you? Back in March, a family uncovered a startling surprise when they uncovered a dead cat had been placed inside their mailbox. This was in Cranford, New Jersey, by the way.
Can you get those through Amazon?
Maybe you can. Police have now tracked down the person that they say put it there. Officials said 28-year-old Stephen Elias is the man behind the disturbing act, which was captured on surveillance video. The video footage captured a person walking onto the Saladino family's property in the night on March 12th with an object in hand. After nearly a 3-month-long investigation, authorities identified Elias as the person behind it.
It's like that when you see the roadkill and they say free cat.
Yes. He was charged with several offenses related to the disturbing crime, including a third degree causing fear of unlawful bodily violence, harassment, and criminal trespass for placing the deceased cat in the mailbox.
It's creepy.
Authorities say the cat appeared to have been hit by a car or killed by another animal, so it was kind of like roadkill.
It was, yeah.
Just do it in
a roadkill gift. Who doesn't like that?
He was issued
Roadkill of the Month Club.
A summons. A woman who accidentally glued her eyes shut
Oh, man.
after mistaking nail glue for eye drops documented the painful ordeal on TikTok in a video that's been viewed over 4 million times. This happens from time to time. Jennifer Eversole, in her post, said that her eye drops were directly next to super glue, and she inadvertently squeezed the glue into her left eye. And she said, now I'm sitting here crying because I have no idea why. I just feel so stupid. And she said she experienced intense burning, really bad burning, she said, which felt hot, prompting her to quickly shut her eye tight.
I did something similar. I keep my acetylene torch right next to my toothbrush.
Oh, no.
And I burned my mouth severely.
You poor thing.
Yeah.
She said, I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing because it didn't get on my eyeball that much. And maybe it wouldn't have glued my eyes shut if I hadn't shut them, but I don't know what would have happened. Doctors were able to get her eye open, but the recovery process involved days of numbing drops, blurry vision, and itchy discomfort. She explained that the mix-up occurred after she gave her daughter a manicure and left the glue bottle, which was identical in size and color to the eye drops, on the same dresser. So she said
she's kind of like a Renee Zellweger now?
She has been healing well since the incident occurred. A debate over what to do with the insides of a hollow 60-foot-tall steel chicken structure erected in a town of 9,000 people 4 years ago rages in South Georgia.
Mecca chicken.
Yeah, the local government is voting on if they will fill the inside with apartments.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the kaiju come, we will send Mecca chicken after it.
They were wondering if they should put apartments, plants, or more metal after the tourist attraction has cost the city $291,000 in construction
Seems
alone.
like money well spent.
Yeah, well, some people debate over whether the structure looks more like a turkey or a chicken. The tension of the fate of this fowl remains as people defend or denounce the work in progress.
Mecca chicken sounds better than Mecca turkey.
I love Mecca chicken. It's just something that pops.
It works, yeah.
All right, and then we're going to keep this kind of short. This is going to be the final bizarre file story, and it's a follow-up story. A drunken Australian surfer that was jailed in Indonesia for getting naked and violently attacking people in a foreign land.
Yes.
And what should have been a peaceful vacation. Well, the 23-year-old was taken into custody in April and will now be headed back for his homeland, to his homeland, after agreeing to apologize to the conservative region for his outlandish behavior and provide compensation to the people that he hurt during his rampage. I mean, he was facing, like being whipped and stuff like that.
You remember they caned that kid? Was that in Singapore? Yeah.
But this is in Indonesia, but
they have a better system.
They have a pretty intense punishment.
We just kick you in the balls.
The man was able to leave Indonesian jail this week, and it's estimated the man had to pay a little over $16,000 for his wild night of debauchery and violence. But he's getting off pretty easy.
Absolutely.
He's not being beaten, but it is going to cost him $16,000. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. A reminder that we have a secret text word. We normally do this on Wednesday, but now we're doing it today. And it's a chance for you to win a $500 gift card to Menard's Premium Detailing. Text word taco, because the name of the event is the Tacos and Tailpipes Car Meetup. So text taco to 39333 and we'll send a word back to you. Before the show's up, we'll ask you to call in with that word and we'll give away that $500 detailing gift card. And by the way, the event is tomorrow. Sarah and Jackie Bam Bam will be there. It's 9 to 3. It's in Warminster at Menard Premium Detailing. And there's live music. There's 1,500 cars. There's cocktails. There's food. All kinds of great stuff. Clear rum. Steve, you were just talking about that. They are part of that. And it's to raise money for Michael Abbott, who lost his home in the fire, and he's a cancer survivor as well. So text words taco. We'll see if you win in a little bit. We'll be back. David Koechner is going to be in our studio. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here. Grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
And who's our person on who's won?
Well, it's going to be a total.
After the
it's going to be a
game.
total at the end.
All right. Question 2. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English.
Okay.
Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, and we were out in London. Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves. Yes,
you have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and
one-on-one.
One-on-one, and I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
That's right. I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
We don't have that much time, so...
The guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa. Wow. So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow.
The truth comes out.
I am
If we're
so
going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this
Marissa.
very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And
you?
waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston. You
But
guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So
That's
there you
right.
go.
There you
Yes.
go. Nice
Marissa,
job.
that's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man.
All right, 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases. Or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh,
great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last. You gotta go,
Steve.
He's last.
Yes.
He goes last. So
that's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay,
All right.
Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people
very nice.
out.
True.
That's
Good
what
point.
Steve.
Oh, my.
She's
Because
right.
this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robert Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I
Yes.
had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah.
All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without?
Oh.
15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick.
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy.
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa, okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. My favorite Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds, would be 3, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Yeah, Casey.
All right.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying a bubble scabosis instead of multiple sclerosis.
far.
Thank you very much, Kathy. We were happy to have these two gentlemen in our studio. They've been here before. They are back in Philadelphia performing at Helium Comedy Club, and I'll introduce them one at a time. One of his greatest roles was playing Champ Kind and Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy's. That's what I think his obituary would read. Please welcome David Koechner to the show this morning.
Good morning.
And along with David is Rob Maher, who has been here.
Good morning, everybody.
And performing with him. No, we were just having an obituary chat off air briefly for a moment.
It was hilarious.
It was.
I mean, so funny. People are dead.
It is interesting to think about your own obituary.
Yeah.
And you just hope they say nice things. But right, well, what's it take to get past 3 lines in an obituary, right? Just peruse the top and then move on? Or
Yeah. And military service sometimes gets you a little bit more. And so that's where we were talking off air. Like, I actually like reading obituaries because I find them inspirational.
Yeah.
Will they include, so if someone, I mean, in a standard newspaper obituary, will go into scandals, like a serial killer?
Yes.
Does a serial killer get an elaborate? Yeah.
Yes, best known for killing 35 people.
A loving husband.
Good family man. Yeah. And then there was the whole co-ed thing.
Yeah.
No, listen, a friend of mine from high school passed away, and they posted his obituary, and it was, we all read it, and we were texting each other, and we were like, they printed that? I mean, it was like, this guy was a ball buster. He would, like...
Really?
It wasn't, the etiquette for obituaries was thrown out the window with this one, and they kind of told it like it was in his obituary, and we were like, okay,
Got to appreciate that. It's honest.
Yeah.
Wow.
It used to be the thing, and it'd be, but again, a lot of people just aren't reading physical papers anymore, and I know who goes online to check obituaries, right?
Yeah,
are
no,
they even online?
Nick does.
Yeah. No, they are online.
Oh, they are?
You know
All
why?
right.
Because the funeral home will post it with the information about the funeral and the viewing, and usually the obituary is in with that.
There should be funeral QR codes.
Right.
I think that's what it should
And
be.
I bet you they do have those, but like you're only going online to look at like very specific obituaries. You're not going
Right.
like it's not like back in the day with the newspapers where you just open it up and you
Read it.
read anybody's,
Well,
even the people that you didn't know.
David, as a celebrity, and
Thank you for
obviously,
acknowledging that.
someone who's close to
somebody somewhere they have to have a file on you that is preparation for an obituary.
Yeah.
True.
And does that give you solace or does that make you nervous?
I can't control it, so I guess I won't think about it. Right?
Yeah.
Well, the Stoics say don't suffer on things that may or may not happen.
Right.
Either it will or it won't. So why suffer?
It's
So
sage advice.
I don't think about it.
And I've had this conversation before about, man, I would love to be at my own funeral just to see who would show up.
Yeah.
I think that would be a great premise for a movie where somebody who was on their deathbed anyway says, hey, can we just say that I died so I can go to my funeral? And then, hang on, I'm not done with my plot yet.
You're going to want to write this down.
And then, as it turns out, they end up having a full recovery, and they end up not
get to
dying.
live.
Yeah, and they get to live.
You basically describe Schindler's List.
I've always thought this was a good hypothetical. If you could pay money right now to guarantee that in whatever happens in the afterlife, you'll see your funeral. You'll be able to watch it.
Yeah.
How much would you pay?
Oh.
Man, how much for a ticket to my own funeral?
Nah, I don't want to be there.
I believe what you said, David. You have no sway
$1,000
over
is
it.
the answer.
Yeah.
Sorry.
$1,000?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to. It's life is
What
for
are you
the
going to
living.
see? Exactly. You
Yeah.
just see all your friends be sad.
Yeah.
You hope.
Yeah.
Right?
I have long contested.
I was going to say, I always say I want people hanging off of my coffin, like screaming and crying. Being
It's
so
about time.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, no, I think that's where the wake is really where you want to. I think
Right.
Yeah.
that's where you want to.
That's
do
where the business
the
is
presentation,
done.
right?
Well, and Steve, you want food served out of yours.
I do. Yes, I want onion dip in my mouth or something.
There was a study, there was a survey that was done. We were talking about it the other day that 8 out of 10 men have had a rubber with them at a funeral. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
Oh, they carry a condom in case.
Yes. Now, what it didn't say if that was the intention or not, or this just happened to be a guy who always had a rubber in his pocket ready to go at any point in time, and was at a funeral and had it.
Seeking a lonely widow. So I understand you're single now.
So what's new? Oh, that's right.
It is kind of cynical, but it is actually brilliant in that you definitely know at that point she's single.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And vulnerable. And that's what an attractive combination.
Well, there was a character that in Wedding Crashers, of course,
Yeah.
Will Ferrell played him, you know, and the Meatloaf Mom and everything. We played that clip, yeah. You stay in touch with Will? You ever hear from him? Or
Yeah, a couple times a year we'll hit each other up. You know,
Just the chat?
Yeah,
or?
yeah.
Okay.
Just I'll call him or he'll call me, something like that. Yeah. But like most people's lives, if you're not doing if you don't have kids in the same school, you usually don't see each other. That type of thing, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah.
And the perception we always get, and it's being removed from it, is so they're hanging out all the time. Well, I just saw them in a movie last night.
Right. Yeah.
And it's not that case. So
Yeah, you'll see him at a business function, I call it, like Steve Carell, that show he had. I'm sorry, I blanked on it. He got chained up. He was a therapist.
Yeah.
But I went to the opening of that
disturbing.
thing, and so that he and I got to chat and hang out, for the first time in a while, right? So it's like that. You see each other at business events.
Yeah. So with that, and speaking of Steve Carell and The Office and Champ, and when you're called at as you're walking along on your daily travails, what name do you hear barked out at you the most?
It's usually Packer these days.
Oh, is it?
Overtaking Champ? Yeah, yeah.
Aren't you amazed at that?
Yes.
Amazing rebirth The Office has had.
It's crazy. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, and that's why we started doing this Office trivia show.
So explain what you do.
That's part of this weekend, right?
Yes, yeah. Saturday, 4:30, right, Rob?
Yeah, it's a celebration really of the show and of Todd Packer, and there's a trivia element, but it's also behind the scenes stories. It's interactive. There's some a chance at the end for the top teams to reenact a scene on stage with Todd Packer. You're in character the whole time.
Awesome.
People dress up, so it's a trivia show like times 10.
Are you a savant when it comes to Office trivia?
I'm a savant compared to the average Office fan, but not the people that come to our show.
All right.
But they'll one time. So there's the. What's the question where they asked, is that actress attractive from the $1 Million Baby, the actress? Hillary Swank.
Right.
And we have a Q&A, and that was an episode on the show, is she attractive? And somebody had asked you in the Q&A, is Hillary Swank attractive? And you didn't know that episode. And you're like, why are they asking me this? This is so random. When did we talk about Hillary Swank? What's happening?
You
And I
weren't
had
on
to
that
tell
yet.
you.
That's right. I mean, I've not, I like that. I've got 5 kids. I've not seen a lot of television that I should have. I just don't have time. And I certainly haven't seen every episode of The Office, which people are just stunned by. Like, you're on it. How could you not? Because people will have watched the show 50 times, right?
Oh,
It's
my
just
God.
on in the background.
Yeah. So people will watch, like, I have just not seen it. So during the Q&A portion of the show, I'll get asked like that a question. Like, I have no idea.
Right.
Well, and then would you be expected to watch the show that you work on anyway?
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess.
Some people do, maybe.
Right? I will tell you, I've been on TV shows where my kids don't watch it. I'm like, that's dad. Look, that's your dad is on television. Why won't you watch it? I remember a couple years ago, Margot, who's now 21, but she was like in high school, and she said they were watching Get Smart, and she goes, "Oh, that's my dad." Like, she had no idea. They're watching the movie, and she was doesn't put it together. Like, oh, my dad's going to be in this at some point. She's watching, oh, my dad's in this.
Right.
So to me, that's kind of just oddly funny.
Is it cool to them, or is it absurd, or what is the?
It's got to be absurd.
Yeah.
It's something they've always dealt with, right?
Right.
So it's not like it's just that's what their dad does. So, but they haven't watched all the episodes of The Office.
Right.
Or it's I guess, and at some point, depending on what their age is, they get a little jealous of someone who's making a big commotion about it, because they feel like that's my dad. You don't own him. That type of thing.
Kathy's son will mock her if someone, mind you, we're radio, where it's much more limited than the broad reach of what you guys have accomplished. But
people will recognize us. And like we were at Target one time, and someone was like, "Oh my God, from the Preston and Steve show, I love. Are you Kathy?" And when they walked away, he looked at me and went, "Oh, are you Kathy?"
It's like your own worst critic is your child. Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah.
They really don't. Like, and they'll be flipping through the channels and sees David Koechner show up on something, and they're like, "Oh, that's neat."
Yeah,
look at him on the box there.
Exactly. But there's a few shows that are like, Dad, that's legit funny, because there'll be critics too. Like, but what can you do?
So is this 4 o'clock show or 4:30? When is it?
4:30 Saturday.
All right, so that's all this office.
That's that one. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's
and then, but
huge.
otherwise, you do your own sets.
7:30 and 10 Friday tonight and Saturday night. We have stand-up shows.
So you guys you've done the office convention right there. You've done some of the cons,
Chicago,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, we just did that
con.
one this year. We did the trivia show for that one.
We did, yeah.
It was really interesting.
I mean, there to see that culture come out. So we've had a number of the cast members that come on the show and that have supported us with our charity events, and they're all awesome.
And Kate Flannery is from here.
So
Yeah,
we have
She's a good friend.
a dump button.
Take a look
Yeah.
here, David. I want you to see this. This right here, okay? This is our dump button for curses. What does it say there? It says the Flannery Switch.
Really?
We named it after her. Like, it's been there for 10 years, something like that. Because she curses so much. This is terrestrial radio. You're not allowed to do that. But she makes sure she drops F-bombs, S-bombs, all of it. And we named that after her.
She really feels at home.
She does?
Yeah.
By the way, happy early birthday. It's her birthday tomorrow. I haven't so happy birthday to Kate Flannery.
At
She's
the
best.
reunion, there was a panel Q&A, and literally an 8-year-old girl had asked a question. And the question took her about a minute to ask. But essentially the question was, do you have any funny behind-the-scenes stories? And Kate Flannery told a story about some cake baking contest that the girls had. And she said the cakes were so effing. She said the real word.
Oh, my God.
And Brian Baumgartner, Kevin, says... Meredith, Kate, she's 8 years old. She's oh my God. So it's just very on brand.
I love that. That's so her. We were mentioning before we came on. You were from a small town, David. Is it Tipton?
Tipton, yes.
It's in Missouri. Preston, you're familiar?
Yes.
2,000 people?
I worked
2,000,
in Jefferson City, which is just a little ways down from Tipton, and I worked in some other small markets in central Missouri. And so, I'm familiar with those tiny towns.
Right, tiny towns. Actually, Tipton now has 3,500 people because they moved the city limits to include the prison. No joke.
Oh, my.
That's gerrymandering.
1,500 people don't even know where they are.
Wow.
That are citizens of Tipton.
So
no saying it, I assume, right?
Is there a statue of you in the town square? I mean, you've got to be the biggest thing that ever came out of Tipton.
No. It's, no.
How badly did you want to get out?
Pretty badly.
Pretty badly.
Yeah. Well, I just knew it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
I just knew there was something else I wanted. It just wasn't being satisfied there,
Do you have any nostalgic? Because to me, I love like the Last Picture Show, like of a dying town. I'm fascinated with that. The one street light and it's just blinking red.
That's what we
Was
have.
that you?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I was in February. By the way, I know you're a Chiefs fan, and we drove from here to.
I won't apologize.
No, you shouldn't. It was a great game, but I drove from here to Arizona, for the Super Bowl.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Wow.
And we stopped at all these Philadelphias along the way, and we were in Philadelphia, Missouri, which. I mean,
it's nothing. It's just a marker
going on there. Yeah, it's just a sign that says, Philadelphia, Missouri, and then that was it. And we so we ended up kind of making our way through Kansas City. So we were pretty close to Tipton.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
So how did you don't have to give the whole David Koechner life story, but how did you go from
the whole obit?
Give us
when I was 3 years old.
But I mean, making it out of a place that small to where you've gotten to, what were the steps you took to make that happen?
So I swear to God, when I was 10 years old, I remember walking around the west side of my house thinking to myself, I've got to go. I've got to live in a city. I don't know where. I just had to be in a city. I had some cousins from Kansas City, so I knew there was larger towns than Tipton. And then, so I kind of deep down want to be an actor, but you don't know anybody. I've never met an actor, and there'd be one high school play a year that you could do. So that was it. Yeah. I couldn't even be in a play till I was in a junior in high school. So it is a thing you don't actually tell people. And I wasn't going to say to my parents, hey, I'm going to be an actor, because they would have said, well, we're not paying for that.
Right.
So I was a poli-sci major.
Okay,
which
real.
I think was a way of probably seeking a stage. And I really actually did want to help people. Then I realized that's not what politicians do. I'm like, so then I kind of stopped going to school, and then I was always fascinated by Saturday Night Live. Actually, when I was 13, I decided in my head, I'm going to be on that show.
And were you allowed to watch it?
Well, that's the thing. You're right. My parents would not have let me watch that show, but they would go out dancing on Saturday nights, and I would babysit my brothers and sisters.
Wow.
So I would watch the show.
So it would have been So where you were?
75.
And it was it would have been
I
on
was
an hour
13.
earlier, right?
Yeah, 10:30 there.
There you
in
go.
Missouri, exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
So
I would
you
watch
could have it watched before they got home.
Yep, because they certainly wouldn't. In fact, when I got the show, my mom was not thrilled.
Really?
Because
Really?
I don't like that show. Really.
Oh,
that's the kind of thing you're. Yeah. God bless her. I mean, but she was being honest.
Yeah. It's not the Tipton way.
That's not the right. It's like that show's a little racy. Like, really?
Uber religious? Because that's.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'll tell you how religious. My mom's side of the family, 11 kids. Out of those 11 kids, 2 priests, 2 nuns.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Wow.
If there's a heaven, I'm already in it.
So when you got, I mean, because SNL, we talk about it all the time. You cannot argue against its massive place in pop culture history. But everyone, there's so many stories. One of them that always comes up is the much feared audition.
Right.
And what was yours like?
Well, it's the craziest thing. I had a sense of calm.
Did you?
I don't know why. It's the only time I felt like I've got this. This is mine. So I did the first audition. I had nothing. I didn't even have anxiety or nerves about it.
Did you think it's because maybe you felt you weren't going to get it anyway?
No, I felt like I was.
Wow.
It's weird. I know.
It's amazing.
At one point, for something, I just knew it was mine. I don't know why, but I had a sense of peace about it because you have 2 auditions. The first audition, then there's the callback, and I wasn't anxious about, oh my God, am I going to get called back? I was like, for whatever reason. That's like the only time it's really happened in my life. Like, I know this is mine.
Well, if you're going to nail one, because if people don't know that it's basically, I think Lorne Michaels says not to give courtesy laughs.
There's no one laughing.
No one laughing.
You're on 8H where they do the monologue.
Yeah.
And there's no audience. And no one's laughing.
Is it just the writers?
Yes. So you're just not even writers.
Not even writers.
It's being streamed. You don't know this till later. People are watching it in their offices.
Wow.
It's being streamed everywhere back then. But even then, I just put it on in my head. My second audition was almost a one-man show. I just did one from one character to another, kind of like arranged it in the stage. It was really odd, but for whatever reason, I just knew that this was mine.
That's amazing. You are in actually, and I'll say it, and a lot of people don't, I'm sure, remember it, but I think it's one of the funniest SNL bits ever. You were with Madeline Kahn, and it's where you go to apparently you took a picnic. And the picnic, you come across a massive nest.
Yes.
And so the skit is both you and her, in a giant bird's claws.
Yes.
And you're bickering about, let's go to the park today.
Right. Yeah.
It was hilarious.
Jack Handy wrote that one.
Yeah. And Madeline Kahn.
She was amazing. I know. Just to work with her was a thrill.
Yeah.
That was a thrill. Yeah.
So your departure from SNL?
Yes.
What was that?
Well,
Did you have sway over
pissed
that?
off 2 producers.
Oh.
Not Lauren. Lauren wanted to keep me. So both are hacks. And
wow.
One of them left the show. Well, they both eventually left the show, but I don't ever say their names. But they're hacks. And I had made them uncomfortable. I called one of them a hack, and then he heard about it.
Oh, boy.
And so he was out to get me. And the other guy just didn't like me for whatever reason. But it was also the first year that there was some competition in late night. It was Mad TV, and it was Howard Stern had a late night show.
Yes.
So ratings went down. So West Coast had a little more power. So they called the shots and told Lauren to make changes. And for whatever reason, I was one of the people they wanted out. So that, Lauren could only protect, I think he kept Mark McKenna. He couldn't protect too many pawns that year. Otherwise, he liked me. He wanted to keep me on the show. But they demanded some changes.
David, I want to ask you about the Office again real quick, because obviously you guys are going to be doing the trivia tomorrow. And I think a lot of the popularity of The Office became, I think it resurfaced because of the pandemic. People were watching at home. It was comfort food for a lot of people, myself included. And it's a very well-written show. So the product that was delivered was hilarious and endearing. But also, like, the bloopers are hilarious. So you can watch the regular show, and then you can watch the bloopers, and they are just as funny. And you and Carell obviously have been friends for a long time and have known each other and worked with each other as professionals. But did you make each other laugh on set a lot, or were you just doing your role?
I would come in as a guest star. So to me, it wasn't a big deal to me. Like, it's just another job. I get to see Steve and Kate, who I'd known forever, right? And so to me, that's what the fun was. Like, I get to work with Carell today. It's fun.
Yeah.
And of course, we're going to make each other laugh to a certain extent as much. But also, it's a 12-hour day, so you're not wanting to screw around too much, right?
Yeah.
So, but I don't have any like huge memories of like on this day this thing happened, because really it was just a part-time job for me.
It was work.
Yeah.
But on Anchorman, that's more likely to happen because there's more room to play around and do improv.
That
So
one
I
was
think there's
almost-
multiple times where you're cracking each other up
Yes,
there.
that was impossible to hold together.
We're friends with Adam McKay, who's just been nothing but
Another Philly guy.
super generous.
Yes.
And the guy, is, whenever you need him, is there. It's terrific.
The Anchorman 2 blooper where you guys are sitting in the lighthouse talking about the rivers of male fluids.
How the citizens of Pompeii felt.
God.
And your back is to the camera.
Yes.
So Will Ferrell says he's blind in that scene, and he sticks his leg out and he goes, "Tell me that doesn't feel like a C." and everyone, Paul Rudd, everyone's losing it. And I know Adam McKay's thing is to bark out lines.
Yes.
And so were you?
We were all losing it.
Yeah.
No, that was we knew. Also, that was the last day the four of us were going to work together. That happened to be in the schedule. That Lighthouse, the last day the four of us were going to be in a scene together. So, but we were just losing it. Everyone was crying so hard. It's just for Will, because it's so ridiculous. He's being such an a-hole about being blind. Well, he bit hard into an ashtray thinking it was a waffle. And he's being so arrogant about it, like you couldn't tell the difference.
I love it. He's going, because I'm blind. And Paul Rudd says, you couldn't tell by the cold. He drank half a bottle of ketchup thinking it was decanted wine. You couldn't taste that?
Oh my God.
But you guys are a singular. In fact, it was the only time I believe, and he did. They released one movie.
Yes.
And then a second version with the free lines.
Right. And also the musical, because in the second version, there's a musical number that they didn't put in the second movie.
Right.
It was my favorite part of the filming.
Oh.
So if you go online and watch Anchorman the musical, because there's a musical number in the middle of it, and that's in that longer second cut.
Is there ever, well, I think Will and Adam have sort of their strained relationship now.
yes.
So I guess there's no
There's no
Anchorman.
third one coming.
Yeah, man. But of all the roles that you've done, which would that be one you'd like to?
Of course,
Repeat,
they were so much fun.
Yeah.
Those were just fun movies, and you wish they would. To me, I was like, I wish that was a TV show that never ended.
Right,
because it was such a fun group of people to play with every day.
Was Champ based on anybody from your life?
Not me personally. Those guys had done some research about a bunch of guys in San Diego, and they're more of an amalgamation. It's never exactly one person.
All right.
Yeah.
When you're given the latitude like you are in a film like that, and in the improvisational realm, do you just sometimes just blurt out whatever comes to mind and just say, "I'm just going to say it"?
Well, yes, because they'd say, we already have it anyway. We've already filmed what's written, so we know it's got good stuff. So what do we have to lose?
Yeah.
So there's no real pressure. Like you've got to say something brilliant that's better than the script. It's like we might actually get something.
Yeah.
So that really informs the chemistry and the energy of those movies. I think that's why they're a little bit different than other ones, because that chemical thing is happening all the time. Because now you're supposed to listen to each other as an actor anyway, right?
Right.
But if you're improvising, you have to listen.
Yes.
Right?
Because you don't know what the line's going to be.
Listen.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's an improvisation. I mean, you're Second City.
Yes.
So that's quintessential. Are you as well?
No, I don't have any ability to do things.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
But that's a key thing. And you're right. You're actually more hyper-focused because the script is changing from moment to moment.
100%.
Yeah, wow.
Yep.
You know what, Rob? Yeah, let's get to your obituary.
Please.
What have you done?
Has not done in Second City. Yeah.
I see Kathy in a grocery store.
Where are you from? How did you guys meet, by the way? Just doing
we
stand-up
met
gigs?
at a club outside of Washington, D.C., the Arlington Cinema Draft House. I just happened to work with you, and we hit it off. And
You're in radio as well, yeah?
Yeah, I'm on the 98 Rock in Baltimore.
Okay,
So
okay.
Justin Scott Spiegel, they said hello. So I don't know if
very
you know
cool.
them or
Yeah.
they just
Not
know your
personally, but-
success and they're jealous, but whatever. Sorry, guys. No, it was kind of hit it off, and our acts worked well together. He was talking a lot about his kids at the time, and I have no kids, so no kid jokes. So it seemed to flow. And then
I'd run into a situation where I'd have a new feature act every week. And a lot of times it'd be a middle-aged guy that just does regional comedy.
Right.
And he would talk about his family, and I'd have to say, hey, man, you can't do your kid stuff because
It's you.
So, yeah. And you
No,
hate to
that's
do that
smart.
to the other person. Like, we're going to come up with 20 new minutes.
Yeah.
Right? So, anyway, but Rob and I hit
I don't
it
have
off.
a family that loves me, so it's fine. Or that I love back.
Being reprehensible has paid off.
It really has. Finally, yes.
He's got to glom on to Kathy's family.
You know, that is a good point, though. I've seen it happen because I did stand up for a while, and you'd see they'd bring in a high-powered headliner, and there'd kind of be a general edict if you know, this is my thing.
Right, you can't bump
don't
that
do
material,
that.
yeah.
So your stand-up evolved. I mean, obviously you went into acting and improvisational comedy and Second City. Was stand-up in tandem to that, or did that evolve later on?
I've always done live. Ever since I started, I've always done live. And then throughout, when I was in L.A., you know, did live shows all the time there, too. And then when I had my 5th kid, I made the determination, I better make sure I always can have a job.
Right.
So I started doing stand-up then. And I would only do like 12 shows a year.
Yeah.
And thank goodness that I did it, because like now we're in a writer's strike.
Yes,
and so
true.
There's no work, and they're thinking about an actor's strike. So you know, thank goodness it's here. So you can always just go. You can go earn.
No, absolutely.
So you're probably a union brother of SAG.
course.
You've been getting the calls from Fran Drescher.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
We're in your union now because they absorbed after us. So
that's right.
we're
That's
union
right.
brothers.
Yeah. So I get voicemails from Fran Drescher telling me to vote. Yeah.
Hey, the nanny's calling me.
Yeah.
No, it is cool. But improv is something I think it feeds the ability or the skill set required for stand-up. I mean, that's an essential. And a lot of people, the accomplished Second City people and improvisational people, they have the little secret, which is you're saying it as you're writing it.
Yes,
that's the only difference.
Exactly.
And you haven't perhaps had the time to sculpt it. And also, audiences that come to see an improv show tend to suggest the same things a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. And sometimes you have to guide that.
Right.
You'll say something like this, so you don't want them to blur out the same thing, that you've done a million times. So, but in your show, I mean, Rob, I'm sure you find this too. You'll start improvising based on a piece that you know works already, and you might find something new, or just you'll drop a word or something, and it makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I mean, the stand-up, it's a living thing. It's organic. I mean, even the same joke could be a little different each night. If this person reacts differently, then that goes off into a tangent. So, and we do like banter. And when I bring him up, we kind of banter. There's some improv in that.
Excellent.
So we'll do 6-7 minutes of that.
Cool.
Dave, do you ever delve into crowd work? Because that seems like, working without a net. Here I go. Let's see what we get.
There is some, but you've got to be careful, because then that can overtake your show.
Yes.
And
Right.
then it's hard to get them back on track and back focused. And a lot of comics these days are posting nothing but their crowd work because they don't want to burn their material.
That's exactly right. Mm-hmm.
But then a lot of audiences just think that's what stand-up shows are.
Right.
Like they come thinking they're going to be
I'm
part
participating.
of it. Right.
And it's this last thing the stand-up wants to. I'm helping from the. No.
No, you're not.
You're not helping.
Yes.
It's never, ever
You're
helping.
just you're the selfish narcissist at work that thinks you still have to be the center of attention. So you're talking big. But both of us do some crowd work, but it's very guided.
Right.
And it's like you'll know when this bit's now over, and then you just have to take the show back.
And it's used to get into a joke or to get out of a joke. Ideally the crowd work. It works in tandem with your jokes that you're already going to tell.
Philly audiences has become a good comedy town. I mean,
It's great.
We had a great show last night.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, it was booming.
Fantastic.
I didn't know who was on stage. I heard such big laughter when Rob was. No, it was great. It was a great show last night. It was a lot of fun. Great
Just make fun of
audience.
Canada for a half hour.
Yeah. You were here for the tail end of the smoke, right?
Yes.
A couple days ago, it was bizarre.
We were planning events and things like that, and it's like the big concern is usually, is it going to rain or not? Canadian forest fire?
Right.
It's like, what? It's a nightmare.
Yeah, but it's all clear. It's
all clear. It's all
People are now
good.
milling
It's too
about the
bad because
city.
I put some meat out to smoke and wasn't quite finished.
Hotel balcony.
All right, well, the shows at Helium Comedy Club are tonight and tomorrow, 7:30 and 10 p.m. However, tomorrow is the 4:30 special
Correct.
office show.
Yes.
Is that sold out, or are there
It's
tickets?
getting close.
It's got to
So
be.
The office
it
fans
will
are going to
sell out.
clown that
Okay.
up. Yeah.
All right, so get those tickets now at heliumcomedy.com. Rob and David, great to see you guys.
God bless.
Pleasure.
Thank you
Thank
so
you all.
much.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Let's hear it from David Koechner and Rob Maher on the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Our buddy Michael Barkann stopping by.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's
you.
Here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to pretend?
Sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No,
He's an
fly.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. They're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to The Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells.
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's Truc You.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc You. Truck.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck You.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
What you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, The Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truc Nhu,
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
Sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But Nhu seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, "I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry." And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truc Nhu decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
Oh.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
I don't. They're not clear on what the purpose.
Or was
of this
it for their?
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
It is, I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in Gulag.
I'm here all the week.
I would say try veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up.
What's her
Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh,
on
she's
her?
a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh.
Left, right, left.
2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to
That
the dog.
is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast, and you never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
Did we even say the words skiing?
Nick just said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order.
Tomorrow, listen, it's 83 and sunny. It's going to be beautiful. It'll be a wonderful day to take in a ball game.
Yes.
And maybe an event that's happening right before that, because there is a thing that is called the Tito's Tailgate with the Flying Hawaiian, Shane Victorino. And the event is going to benefit the Barkann Family Healing Hearts Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Barkann.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, man.
Good morning, everybody.
Nice
Could we
to see
please
you.
turn to page 24
Of our
in our
hymnals?
readers? Thank you. Let's come on. Let's not fool around.
All right.
You hate that.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, we can't fool around anymore. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
you can.
it's nice to see you, man.
Nice to see you, Preston.
Yep.
And everybody here. Should I name you all by name?
Yeah, please. We love
Thank
that.
you, Kathy
Go
and
from your
Nick
fa-
and Steve and Casey. Go for my what?
Yeah, that's right. You went from your favorite down.
Yeah.
Started with
Yes,
me, right?
according to you. Yes, yes, indeed. Can I do traffic one day?
Yeah.
Please, I would
right
love
now.
to do that. Oh, sorry.
Do it right now.
Right now,
Right now.
traffic on the Schuylkill Expressway. I love this.
See, that was good. You provided just enough information. Right now on the School Expressway, Weeza.
That's it.
Here's my screen.
The only thing is, you can't mess around with traffic, can you?
No.
Because
Can't get it
I know
wrong.
when I'm in the car and I'm listening to traffic.
All
Where
right.
is that?
Red is bad.
Where is that?
Red is bad.
All right, let's take a look at traffic. Michael Barkann. Michael, what's going on this morning?
Wow. Thank you, Preston. Upper Marion, Montgomery County closed due to road construction. And
the whole
that's
town isn't closed.
Well, that's what it says right here. Crooked Lane northbound between Church Road and King Manor Drive, and then Gloucester City and Camden off-ramp is closed. Off-ramp to Route 130 south, exit 1C closed for construction until 3 p.m. You want to avoid that. Then in Philadelphia, we get into the red zone.
Yeah.
Accident, left lane is blocked in Philadelphia. Jam from Ridge Avenue on the boulevard, Route 1 southbound before I-76 in Gloucester City in Camden County. Road construction. We see you can't really embellish that. 'Cause People are like,
You could,
what
man.
are you talking about?
You say-
I can't move.
I met an unclean woman in Camden County. We say, spice it up.
Yes, she needed to have a bath.
That was good, Michael. You're
Yeah.
a professional.
Wait,
Well,
you can say that your
Then you
traffic.
go to the chopper. Right now, we're live over the Schuylkill.
Don't you miss the choppers?
I do
I
miss
miss
the
the traffic cops.
The problem was
Thank you, Nick.
traffic copters occasionally crashed. And you remember those?
Yes.
Yeah.
I told you guys I got to fly in a traffic copter when I worked in radio in St. Louis, and I flew with this guy who was famous because the traffic copter guys were famous. His name was Alan Barklage, and I swear to God, this happened. His helicopter got hijacked. A woman pulled a gun on him. Forced him to fly to a prison to get her husband or her brother or relative out of prison. So he goes there and he wrestles the gun away from her and killed her. What? In self-defense.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was crazy. He showed me a picture of the blood on the inside of his helicopter and everything. That's my traffic.
Back to the traffic.
Yeah.
We are over the prison. There's a softball game going on.
He was a Vietnam veteran.
That's a badass. That's a badass.
That's bad. I remember when I was at Channel 3, and we used to go back and forth on the Chopper 3 from to Atlantic City for boxing news.
You would
conference.
ride in it.
I would fly it. They let me fly it. I would ride in it, and I remember coming back one time with our shooter, videographer,
Yeah, not passenger
not
shooter.
like your shooter, and no blood in this, and the chopper pilot said, you know, I can cut the engine right now, and this thing will just float down nice and easy. And I said, no! You know, and so they all turned to me like, you are a wuss bag. we all do it.
I wouldn't believe that.
like,
Oh, and by the way, I can fart cotton candy.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
So finally, they humiliated me enough. I said, fine, go ahead. And they cut the engine, and the thing just kind of lightly lost altitude. Well, it was nice and easy. Yeah, okay, let's land like this.
So it did happen. So it came down.
Wow.
Came down. Yeah, it came
How
down like a
high
feather.
up were you?
Sorry?
How high up were you when you did it?
Like 10 feet. No. We were probably, I don't know, 1,500 feet, something like that. How high to chopper?
You've
I
heard
didn't know
that-
they could do that.
Yeah, I've heard that that
this
is.
one could.
I've also never heard the term whisk bag before. Too.
Right.
That was good.
Don't try this at home, by the way.
No,
With your
no.
own chopper.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it.
No way.
Make sure you know what you do. Start with the Fisher Price controls first.
You start Fisher Price, work your way up
My
to
first
Schwinn.
helicopter.
Don't you?
Baby's first helicopter.
You have to use both hands and both feet, I think.
Yes.
When flying a helicopter.
It's like playing an organ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both hands and both feet.
You're basically flying a Wurlitzer, is what you're.
Yes, with a better tune.
That's right. Wow.
It's beautiful.
All right, so
yes, I'm sorry.
The event, your event.
Oh, thank you.
That's taking place tomorrow
It
before
is.
the ball game.
First of all, Shane Victorino is going to be joining us.
He's been having a blast, by the way. He's like
Savannah Bananas.
Yes.
Nick and I were talking about that before we came on.
That's so cool.
That is awesome. So he was there with the Savannah Bananas, which is kind of like a Harlem Globetrotters type baseball team.
Right.
And they travel around, and Shane appeared with them, and he had a blast. Shane has a blast wherever he goes. And so he is going to be with us tomorrow at the Tito's Tiki Tailgate with Shane, and it's on the turf field at Xfinity Live. And we're going to have an actual tiki bar set up there, 1 to 3 p.m., and each guest gets a photo of Shane Victorino at the tiki bar,
Nice.
2-hour bar package, Tito's handmade vodka, KLYR rum, Michelob Ultra, food voucher, and the best dressed person who comes most festive. This, Casey, this is for you.
They just got me written all
They
over
get
it.
2 tickets for Phillies Washington for the fireworks show.
By the way, I have to
How
mention
about-
it's clear rum.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pronounced clear.
And
Yep.
they're super generous,
what I said,
wonderful. You said
Steve.
KLYR. That's how you spell it, though.
Clear
People don't know.
I just wanted you to make sure that you were,
that I
you
was
were
paying
listening.
attention.
Clear rum, KLYR rum.
Yeah, no, it's excellent stuff.
I'm excited. I'm coming to this event tomorrow with my fiance and Ben, my son, and Ben met Shane when Ben was probably 3 or 4 years old, and so I want to get a photo of me holding my now 16-year-old next to Shane Victorino and have them looking at each
Are
other
you going to
again.
be able to hold him?
I doubt it, but we'll
He'll
give it a
hold you.
shot. And then go to the Phil's game afterwards. And speaking of which, I wanted to ask you your impression of this team because they are bizarre. They win a whole bunch of games in a row, and then they lose a whole bunch of games in a row. And I think they've had like losing streaks of 6 or 7 games, and then winning streaks of 5 or 6 games. And last night was fun. It was a walk-off. And seeing you and Ricky Bowe actually smiling after the game made me smile as well. But look, what do you think of this team this season?
It's difficult to assess them, and it's a long season. But at the same time, if you start to fade from view too early, you really have an uphill climb trying to make your way back into the playoff situation. Ricky, asking him, I said, should we just give up on the division? Let's just worry about the wild card. He said, not yet. Don't give up because they're playing less games this year because of the schedule's changed. They're playing less games against division opponents this year. It had been 19 per year. Now it's 13 per year because they have each team playing every other team in baseball, which I'm not saying I'm crazy about, but that's what they do.
Where they are now.
I don't know. I'm a neophyte. Why does that make a difference? Because they're out of the division. What is that? Or if they're not facing division
So you have
rivals?
less games to kind of match up against your division rival and make inroads if you need to. You have 6 less games that you're playing. So if you're struggling against Atlanta, for example, you would have those 6 extra games to maybe hypothetically win and get yourself back in the situation. You don't have that. In fact, this is the latest that they played their division competition other than Miami. They played Atlanta. Last year they played the Mets April 11th. This year they didn't play them until, 2 weeks ago.
Right, and didn't do so well. Yeah.
No, they got swept.
So I remember last year. I remember it was a done deal. Nothing's happening. Move along.
Similar feeling.
what's the
Similar feeling.
Yeah.
So I can't say, at least for a couple of years, I'm going to be prepared to go, it's through, until we get into the absolute ass end of the year, because no one was expecting that last year.
But what's the difference this year, Steve? Everyone is expecting it. If you're a Phillies fan, you're expecting this team to at least get back to the World Series, if not win it. They brought in Trey Turner, which is fantastic. They brought in Taijuan Walker, which is fantastic. It would have been nice had they brought in another starting pitcher. That's difficult. Right now, every 5th day, they've been going with a bullpen game, and that was one of the questions for yesterday because Zach Wheeler started yesterday against Detroit, and no disrespect to Detroit, but they stink. The Dodgers are coming in tonight, and
You'll forgive me, stink.
Forgive me, Detroit, but the term is you're terrible. And they played the Dodgers at the beginning of May, and they lost like 10-6, 13-3, 13-8. They got swept out of L.A. Now the Dodgers come here tonight. Might have been nice to have Zach Wheeler pitch against the Dodgers and push back the bullpen game. But, Rob Thompson called it the way he saw it.
What was the score last night?
The score was 3-2.
Right? I mean, like, maybe we did need Wheeler last night.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe we did.
Yeah.
Maybe we did. The Bats have been struggling the last 2 games, but before that, they really have been putting together like a big outburst, which is great. And I think that they're starting to find their way. I really do. Harper had been slumping. He gets out of it last night. Nick Castellanos has been having a heck of a season after really debuting last year. Very lackluster. Trey Turner, all of a sudden, he's starting to hit.
Schwarber.
Kyle Schwarber's starting to hit. I call him Junebug Schwarber.
Yeah.
You know?
I tweeted the other day about how much I love the guy. He was, what he did for us last year, especially in the playoffs, was incredible. But he really struggled for the first 2 months of the season. His average was around 160 or something like that. And he's leading off with an average well below the Mendoza line. And now we're in June, and he's hitting taters.
Yeah, but you know what else he does? He gets on base. He has a really good on-base percentage, and the leadoff spot, you want a guy to get on. Now, you can also say he's not the fastest guy in the world, so he can clog up the bases, but I'd rather have him on base than not on base. So he's starting to come along. He said, I'd rather it not be like this. But then he said, on the other hand, I kind of like it like this because I know at least in June I'm going to get it going. So hopefully in July, August, and September, he keeps it going.
I want to ask you a little bit about the players because in a bygone era, and I've talked to John Brazier, our buddy with the Phillies, about this.
John Brazier.
You'd get to know the players.
Sounds familiar.
Do you still get to know, and in your profession, do you get to know any of the players anymore? Because it seems like there's more of a distance now between the media and the ball players. Or do you know some of the guys?
No, I'm in the studio, really.
Right. Yeah.
So it's difficult, and they get there early. We're on the air before the game, so it's tough when I was reporting or when we would do the shows over at the ballpark. It was easier to go into the clubhouse and say hi to some of the guys, but it doesn't happen anymore.
Don't you do landscaping for some of those?
I do landscaping for 1 through 4 in the lineup. I do landscaping. Absolutely. Yes, I do. And it's great. I mean, just to trim the hedges.
Right, sure.
How does this look?
Right, it's fantastic. Can I get an interview? Please.
Look, it looks like a panda bear.
Mm-hmm.
How did you become buddies with Victorino?
I think that was at a time when we used to do, especially when in 08 and 09, when they were in the World Series, winning it and then going back there as a pennant winners, we would do interviews, and which was a blast. We'd go over to the ballpark. It was almost a regular thing. You'd see guys on the field. You get to schmooze and talk to them. Also, I think once guys, and I don't know what your thoughts are because you talk to players active and retired.
Right.
Once guys leave the game, there is a focus that you have to have when you're playing the game.
The governor is off. It really is.
The
right?
governor is off.
Yeah.
And if any of you played sports in high school, you know that there was a tension throughout your day where you knew at the end of the day you were going to be called on to perform right now.
Right,
you know? And so I can't imagine doing that for your living. That's why these guys are a breed apart to be able to do that. But it also requires an intensity where they don't suffer fools real easily. You know.
Yeah.
So I think Nick Castellanos is one of those guys. Seems like a nice enough guy, but don't mess with me when I'm playing baseball. You know. And so when they leave the sport, they don't have the rigid schedule. They don't have to perform on command. And I think that they loosen up a lot. Shane was always like that, though. He always had like to have fun, and he's like that now. He's a sweetheart. And what I love about Shane is he always gave back to the community.
Always, yeah. Tons of charity work. And that's cool. So you can get up close and personal by the tiki?
Yes, by the tiki with Shane Victorino. 1 to 3 tomorrow.
You going to the game afterwards? Or?
Yes. You know what? That's the other thing. You know, the new rules this season.
Yes.
And so the new rules include a pitch timer. Now, I love this because it prevents the batter is beholden to this timer too. Mm-hmm. And I love this because there's no more of the messing around with the wristbands.
Right,
there's no more messing around with the pitcher stepping off the mound, taking the baseball, rubbing the baseball, taking a look around,
checking if their seams are straight on their pantyhose,
which is the most important thing. And so
the heart goes in the front.
As a result, the length of games, you're getting more excitement maybe in a shorter time frame, and I love it. You have time to do the wash.
Yeah.
You have time to do other things. Watch your soaps.
What did the game end? it ended 5-9.
Last night's game ended before it started.
It's amazing. It never happened.
Never happened before. It was some kind of
crazy.
It was amazing.
It was two nights ago. It ended before 9 p.m.
Yeah.
You know, and it was. I think that was the 1-0 game, and it was just like you blinked and it was over.
Yeah. In fact, they called the teams back on the field. Let's play some more. We have time. This is too short.
Yeah, we were down in Clearwater and it was the first season that they threw that clock out there, and it wasn't like blatantly obvious what was going on, but it did have a snappier movement to it. You know?
Like
and it was great.
So when you say we have a 7th inning hit, we call it. We have to be over. Ricky and I have to be over into the studio to do a little update, a teaser for what's coming up on post game, and so. No sooner do we get to the ballpark than we have to, run back. We've got to go, and so it has us going to the games, the home games. We go to all the away games.
What do you think about? Yeah, you can't.
In my
can't pass
chopper.
those up. What do you think about them? And they talk about relaxing the beer restriction because the game ends soon, right?
Yeah.
They're actually.
Oh, I didn't hear banter of that.
Yeah.
Then you can drink up until the
end.
hasn't happened yet,
You
until
can
the
drink
9th.
up to the bottom of the night. That's it. And then we cut you off.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to. This is gonna. The beer stuff is.
You're more a blow kind of guy.
Yeah. Or smack. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mainline it. Yeah. Blow.
Oh my God.
I thought you were going to say Chablis. You went right to blow.
Bypass the Chablis.
Bypass the Chablis. No, the problem with the beer obviously is people who can't hold it. People who just they have a little beer.
Sure.
They start throwing up on little girls. So.
Well, not only that. So and they're starting
Like
to
that.
ruin Dollar Dog Night. Because
Yes.
one time somebody threw some dogs, and now everybody thinks this is what we do on Dollar Dog Night. You're ruining it for the rest of us.
You're going to kill the promotion. They're going to stop doing it if that keeps happening.
It's the way a crowd works.
Yeah,
though.
I know.
It's so
I
insane.
hate
It's
that.
like stop it.
And the Phillies have had great fan support always, but certainly. The fans know. Casey, you know this. The fans know. They are the finger on the pulse of the team.
Yeah.
And when the fans come out, you know that they expect the team to be good. They're ready to support the team. There's sometimes when the team, we think, this team might be pretty good, and the fans don't necessarily follow suit because, they're from Missouri, show me, right? And so they want you to establish that you're going to be a winner. I think there was a little of that last year. And then one of the greatest postseasons we've ever seen. It was so much fun.
It was.
And now there's an expectation because of that. So when you add Trey Turner, you add Taiwan Walker, you make Rob Thompson the permanent guy. There's expectations that go with that.
And they're selling tickets as a result, too. So
they are selling tickets.
Last season around this time, you maybe get 20, 25, and then maybe north of 30 on a weekend game. But this year, it's routinely 40, 45. And I love seeing that, but you're also going to get some clowns in there.
Yeah. It's about the fans. I remember with the Vet. And I was one. I was not a fan of the Vet as a stadium.
Right.
But I remember the Phillies weren't very good when I was in town at that time. So I wasn't there in the 70s and certainly in 80 and when they won it in 83. But I remember the Yankees coming in. This was like, I don't know, 97 or 98. And what had been an empty ballpark was packed. There were Phillies fans, there were Yankees fans, and the whole place was absolutely packed. And I thought, oh, now I get it.
Right.
This is what this is like. And it became so much more intimate because all those empty seats were filled with
There's
people.
an energy to that.
There is. But Citizens Bank Park, I think, just the way you can see the city skyline, the way it fills up more easily, Ashburn Alley.
Yeah.
It's an amazing.
And
I haven't
people
been
in Wilmington can watch 60 Minutes from the screen.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I haven't been there yet to see that big ass screen
It's
in person
unbelievable.
yet, is it?
I watched the game from the Walt Whitman now.
Wow.
Why not? I don't even go into the studio.
Yeah, parking's great over
I just park right at the apex of the bridge, and I look in, and there it is. Okay, bottom of the third.
That jumper's back.
Casey, was it you that you pointed out, like, people were flying in?
Oh, I saw it
Yeah.
when we flew in.
Right.
You can see it flying into Philadelphia Airport. You can see it from the
You
air.
can see clearly. what's
Clearly.
on the
Oh, yeah.
screen.
Yep. You see the big, the big red screen.
The only place you can't see it is where I was sitting at the game. My brother, they had a surprise party for my brother, and we got a suite, and I was like, oh my God, I can't wait to see this thing. And you couldn't see it. We were on the third baseline. I'm like, we're in the only place in the entire stadium that you can't actually see this thing. Yeah. And then not only that, but my brother's brother-in-law was sitting in his one seat for the entire game, except he got up to go get a beer. And at that point, a ball was hit right where he was sitting. You believe that nonsense?
No.
I know.
Are you serious?
Yes. Yeah.
No.
I mean,
I've never caught a foul ball. Anybody caught a foul ball?
Yeah, I did.
You have?
Ozzie Smith, yeah.
At a Major League game, you caught a foul ball? I never had. I remember once going with my colleagues from work. I was at New Jersey Network, New Jersey Public Television. We came down to watch a Phillies game. It was a twilight doubleheader, and a foul ball. And I'm wearing a suit because I was, of course, the weatherman. I was the starting weatherman.
Yeah.
And yes, I was. And they actually said, "Do you want to be the backup sports guy?" I said, "No, I'm the starting weatherman." Are you kidding me? I'm a starter.
Yeah.
And
do you understand what that means?
You know what that means, man. So we all go down. I'm wearing my suit because I just did the weather, and I'm sitting in the seat. The foul ball comes, and I just jump out of my seat to get it, and I'm on the ground wrestling with 8-year-old kids. Get out! I got this. And I look back at my colleagues, and they are horrified. Are you kidding me? Are you really?
You just throttled a 6-year-old.
Exactly.
It's automatic.
Yeah.
You just got to go for it because you've never had one before. Michael, I want to ask you a personal question.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, it's an observation that I've made. So blue seems to be a color for you. Your glasses have become like a trademark look for you. But I notice you have sunglasses that have blue lenses on them too.
Well, that's
so it's not just the regular readers or eyeglasses. What's with blue and you?
First of all, should I take the sunglasses off inside?
Yes, please. We find it tremendously
that's a problem. No, you know what? I just think blue looks better on me. I'm not a brown kind of guy.
Okay.
I'm not a green kind of guy. Not that I have no issue with those colors. All you green people don't protest.
That's right,
now.
And also,
you Grinches and Nobby.
That's right.
And this thing hanging around your neck, is that exclusively to hang glasses on?
Oh yeah, it's exclusively to hang.
Really?
Yes, it is, and it's called like the sports loop or something.
Okay.
But sometimes if I leave my glasses on the table like this and I'm wearing my glasses, this thing is empty. And my daughter Emily, one of her girlfriends said to her, because I was wearing it like this and it looked like a necklace. And
what
she
does that
said,
mean?
Is your dad wearing some kind of man jewelry? He's wearing that stupid loop.
One step to a fanny pack.
Yeah.
Or like when you see the senior citizens in the airport with the thing that holds the passport and the
around their neck,
portfolio around their neck. Yeah.
But you know what? I mean, don't you feel that? By the way, Eyeglass Works Manioc is where I got this.
There we go.
Yes,
Someone's
indeed.
getting a check.
And Snyder. No. Hey, I can't see, but the glasses look nice. Also, Snyder Optical. It's
number 2.
They're both tied.
They're in a bidding war.
Yeah. I received nothing from.
Didn't you had an appointment yesterday?
What did you say to me?
You had an appointment. You couldn't come into the show yesterday because you had to do some eye thing.
Exactly. No, was that? Oh yeah, you're right. That was Dr. Niryakonda.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just glad you're here today because we have not seen each other in a really long
since
time.
last summer.
Michael says to me off the air, he goes, "Oh my God, we did that event last summer." I go, "It was in March." He was like, "No,
March
it
at King of
wasn't."
Prussia Mall. I don't know what's happening. Apparently, I had
I totally forgot that, Daphne.
All right. Well, we've got to wrap things up. But I'm sorry, Michael, but the event that Michael is here to promote is the Tito's Tailgate, and Shane Victorino will be there. It is tomorrow from 1 to 3, right?
Tomorrow from 1 to 3.
Live?
Xfinity Live on the turf. Shane will be there 1 to 3, and whoever is dressed up most festive has a chance to win. Most, dressed like a Tito's Tailgate.
Okay.
Has a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Phillies Nationals fireworks game.
And this is a ticketed event?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, BarkannFoundation.org. BarkannFoundation.org.
BarkannFoundation.org.
I have the BarkannFoundation.org.
It'll get
or is
you
it
there.
just Barkann
No,
Foundation?
the BarkannFoundation.org. Either way, it'll get you there. The BarkannFoundation.org. Thank you.
Okay.
So
It's really the Healing Hearts Foundation.
Yes.
All right?
And
But
that's
they put the
who's
Barkann in there against
benefiting
my
of this.
will. You know what I'm saying?
But Claire Rum and all these great.
I'm not going to let you take a break.
Okay.
Then I tied him up. How's the shoulder? What are you doing tomorrow, by the way?
I'm playing Pine Valley, brother.
What?
Yes.
Pine Valley. Son, I remember when I played Pine Valley. I remember my first time.
Yeah.
And I am not as good a, you don't know this, but I can just tell you that I am not as good a golfer as you.
Okay.
And the beauty of Pine Valley is the caddies size you up like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I hit one, and Pine Valley is kind of like Target Golf. Beautiful course. You know, you tee off on a beautiful, lush piece of green, and then you got to go over all this scrub, and then you get to another piece of green. And so I couldn't make it over the scrub. The ball ends up somewhere on the beach, and I get to the ball, and it's on a tee. And
Are you serious?
Yeah, and the caddy looks at me like, "What are the chances that would happen?"
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that story.
Thank you for having me. I love you all.
Anytime. We love you. Michael Barkann. And we have on the community page at WMMR.com all the information you need to know about the Tito's Tailgate with the Flying Hawaiian tomorrow.
Nice.
So you can go there if you can't remember the BarkannFoundation.org. All right, we're going to take a break. Be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
It's officially.
That means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, like, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yeah, but the girl who does
Fear?
Nah,
might be
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she didn't I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-ta-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be
Right?
a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a second.
What just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, there was this video of her dancing over the weekend, and it went viral.
Is it laughable, sexy?
I'm hesitant to even say viral. Like, how many does it take before it's called viral?
Good question.
You know?
Viral is not, yeah.
So I just saw it this morning, and it's her dancing. And
what is it?
To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. It's just her dancing around a little bit, but some people have made a thing about it. She flips her hair in it. She leans her head down and flips her hair way up. So people are making a thing about that.
Oh, my gosh.
Here, hang on. And there's the hair flip. So she does it twice.
That's
We're
a thing?
watching the video of it right now. And, well, now Busy Phillips and Kelly Oxford are getting in on the action. They spoofed Lindsay's now viral dance to the song Pillow Talk.
Oh, snap.
Well, Lindsay snapped her fingers and flipped her hair at her beach club in, I don't know where it is. Philip and Oxford got down in the kitchen.
Oh,
and
man.
Phillips wrote on Instagram, honestly, it's weirdly harder to nail than it seemed. Respect.
What's going on?
They're throwing shade. They're throwing shade at her, Preston.
Are they?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shady?
Yeah, they're throwing shade, but then they threw respect in there.
Yeah.
RESPICT.
That's right.
They're making fun of the hair flip?
Yes.
I would make fun of the mom dance instead. I mean, the hair
I've
flip
been
is the only
flipping
thing
my
that was
hair like
legit.
that since high school.
Right?
Yeah.
I
It's
like
like a
it all.
stupid. You're drunk. Flip your hair.
I like Lindsay's thing, and I like the mock thing. I think it looks cute.
So anyhow, they did a thing about that thing.
Wow.
There was a thing.
It's just said. The original thing has been followed by another thing.
This is what constitutes as news these days, folks.
Over the weekend, a thing occurred, which was immediately followed by two rejoinder thingies.
Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna
because
cut it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, that's more.
That, I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
sounds
this
like
in
you're at an
church.
air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Well,
or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And just
he's praying over the corrosion. In his air.
Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain
Listen to this.
The Lord said to me.
Okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What do you... Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an
He said,
idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
The last time I was in here, I did turn my ringer off. I made a snide comment to Casey about missing part of your break earlier today on the show, right? And this is how he pays me back.
Yes, I did.
I find it disrespectful and somewhat bordering on insubordination.
Insubordination.
There you go. You heard it, man.
If it's any consolation, Bill, I had the music bed up so loud I didn't even hear it. That's why I didn't know. That's why I didn't know what you guys were talking about. So
I'm sorry.
Didn't hear it.
Oh, you can't
All
hear
right,
it.
back to you, Preston.
Thank
Wait,
you.
the comment about him leaving the studio, is that for the Vanderpump Rules? That?
Yeah, he was out of the thing, and he was kind of had his ass and his panties in a twist or something. I was kind of,
My ass and my panties
I was kind of mixing metaphors that had
That's
something
right.
to do with panties and an ass. But yes, it's all good. Have you missed me? Oh my God.
Something to do with panties and an ass.
Oh my God. Well, Kathy also missed the Fox 29 hit. She was out of the studio for that, right? So not that we're keeping score.
No, but you also left your ringer on in here again. So it's all tied 1-1.
1-1.
All right, back to you, Preston.
Back to
Thank you, Bill West.
We go now to Jim Iglesiewski.
We have a final look at traffic. We're going to take that now, Kath. What's going on?
An accident on the boulevard. It's still there southbound at the Schuylkill Expressway. You're jammed from Ridge to the Schuylkill. On the Schuylkill eastbound, it slowed the boulevard into the Vine. Westbound University to South Street, and then Gladwin to Conshohocken. 95 southbound at the Commodore Barry Bridge. A disabled tractor trailer still partially blocking the off-ramp. Lancaster Avenue at Ethan Avenue in Villanova, an accident just cleared from there. You should start moving again. 55 northbound jams 47 to Deptford. That's through construction. And then debris in the roadway on 295 northbound, just north of the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by Colonel Seasons, available at Giant Foods. With Colonel Seasons popcorn seasoning, you can turn what into what the what. Just add interesting with Colonel Seasons today, available in the popcorn aisle. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. While you were talking, I realized I was interrupted. I forgot to follow back up on. I was talking about the warning. Backselling that song. The song is called More. I didn't even get to name check that. But they're actually playing a couple of opening dates for Guns N' Roses. They're not going to be in our area, but I think that's so cool that these three young ladies who started off as like a viral sensation on YouTube of playing some Metallica songs as little kids are now opening for Guns N' Roses.
I want to see that keep going because they've legitimately got talent. They're good.
Yep, and they were here not too long ago, so we're happy to be playing that song from them, which is awesome. All right, we have the Bizarre File. Let's do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Circa Flags, Jersey Shore residents. Check out circaflags.com for personalized beach gear. Customize your very own family logo in seconds to display on beach flags and apparel all summer long. It's CIRCA flags.com. All right, this is pretty disturbing and messed up. The body of a Wisconsin teenager was found inside a vehicle at a tow lot this week, 4 days after the vehicle was severely damaged in a crash. The 17-year-old Milwaukee boy was found dead in the back of an SUV. According to Milwaukee police, the SUV, which was suspected to be stolen, was towed on June 4th following a crash into a tree that left a 16-year-old boy injured. The 16-year-old sustained non-fatal injuries, was transported to a local hospital for treatment, and then he was released. The cause of the death of the 17-year-old is being investigated, and the incident marks the third time since 2008 that Minneapolis personnel have left someone behind in a car that was eventually towed.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
So this person died in that crash, and they just simply didn't check for the body?
I assume it's still under investigation, but it
Wow.
sounds like that's what happened.
I think you'd want to take a little peruse around the vehicle.
Yeah, and in January 2018, a 4-year-old girl was left inside of her family's van about 8 hours in freezing temperatures after police arrested her mother on suspicion of drunk driving, and they towed the vehicle. The girl was found unharmed the next morning by a tow lot attendant who heard her crying. And in January 2022, emergency personnel responded to a scene of a car that was crashed into a building, started a fire, and the car was eventually towed with the body of a 21-year-old woman in the back seat and went unnoticed for several hours. The fire chief had publicly apologized for the incident.
Sorry about that.
Changes to the department's standard operating procedures. Wow.
I guess we'll check the back seat from now on.
All right, here's something in our general area. A flathead catfish weighing 66 pounds has set a new Pennsylvania record.
Wow.
After it was caught last month on the Susquehanna River in Lancaster County. The catch made by fishermen from Franklin County actually beat the previous record held by a Philadelphia man who caught a 56-pound flathead catfish in the Schuylkill River, and that was in 2020. The catch
got to be one ratty-ass looking fish.
Was made by Michael Worley of Fayetteville in the area of Conestoga. Worley was fishing with a friend in an approximately 50-foot deep channel of the river known as Lake Aldred. And he had baited a live rainbow trout onto a large circle hook with a sinker and a cast line from a heavy-duty surf rod. He and his friend Walter Tommy Clark had 4 lines in the water at once.
It's the goddamnest thing I ever saw.
And 3 of the 4 rods hooked fish simultaneously.
This thing is, look at the picture of this thing, Brad. It's enormous.
Yeah, it's just massive. So he had said, Worley said, it was a bit crazy, but we managed to start reeling him in. There was a 30-pounder, and then Tommy brought in a 45-pounder. That ended up breaking the net when we lifted in the boat. But when Whaley tried to reel in the 3rd rod, he immediately knew he was dealing with a monster. And he battled it for about 30 minutes. He said, when it finally come to the surface, all I could think of was that it was humongous.
I said to him, did you see that?
He said, when I got the fish next to the boat, I handed the rod to Tommy. I stuck out both hands in the fish's mouth and pulled as hard as I could to bring it on board. We knew we had something. They kept the fish alive by placing it in a plastic tote box filled with water equipped with an aerator, and they took it to the Columbia Bait and Tackle to be weighed on a certified scale.
And I guess you have to get it certified that way, right?
Yeah, to keep it alive. Did they then keep it alive, or did they release it?
They enrolled it in a local college.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
You know what? That's a good question, Nick. I don't know if they returned it to the water or not, or if they...
Story ends happily with them kicking it to death.
Yeah. I don't know if they ate it or not. Weighed 66 pounds.
We like to kick them
6 ounces
until they hemorrhage. I swear they make it sound like screaming if you kick them hard enough.
Exceeded the previous state record by more than 10 pounds.
Have you ever fought a fish for a while? I fought a bluefish for a while. We were fishing. That's a smaller fish.
No, I've never, we've only gone, bass fishing and things like that. Well, no, I've gone deep sea fishing, but never have we hooked into something that had to be fought for like a half hour or something like that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of power in them.
Oh, yeah.
So I have a lot of fishermen in my family, and they'll go out for shark. And one time, they fought a shark for 3 hours.
Yeah.
So that's not uncommon.
Yeah, that happens.
The Frank Mundus, who was the basis for Quint in Jaws, famous shark fisherman, I think he caught an enormous great white shark on a rod and reel.
Yeah, game fishermen, for like blue marlin and stuff like that, they'll fight for a long time. They'll go for hours.
And I mean, I guess at that point, it's like you can't just. You could just cut the line, but then it has. But those shark hooks are like giant. So now this shark is swimming around with this giant hook in its mouth.
He's going to get laid off that. Take a look at this.
Yeah. By the way, following the weigh-in, Worley released the catfish back into the water.
Right. It was dead at that point.
So it still lives.
After they kicked it.
Let's see. All right, this is a messed up story. And at first I thought this was like a gang war or something like this, because it was police had charged a funeral service company owner Wednesday, one day after he allegedly shot 2 people during a burial that his company was organizing at a Maryland cemetery. One of the victims, 30-year-old Ronald Stephen, was a pallbearer. He died at the hospital. Second person suffered a graze wound. And they charged 48-year-old Wilson Chavez with first and second-degree murder and related charges. Now, what's horrible is the violence erupted during the funeral of a 10-year-old girl, Ariana Davis, who was shot while riding in a car with a family in Washington, D.C. on Mother's Day.
So they have their own shootout?
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with this kid, because sometimes you'll hear, there's like a gang war or something like that.
Right.
They'll go to a funeral and a fight will break out and people will end up shooting each other. This was weird. So after the incident in the cemetery, Major Crimes Division Commander David Blazer said the shooting was not related to the funeral. The police investigation revealed that the suspect, who owns the company that was providing funeral and burial services for Davis, confronted two people just as the service was about to get underway, one of whom was a pallbearer at Davis's funeral. And the people he confronted were affiliated with a separate funeral service company with which the suspect had a long-standing business
Funeral
dispute.
wars.
Dude. Several funeral attendees became upset with Chavez and confronted him over his behavior. The preliminary investigation suggests Chavez pulled out a gun and fired 2 shots, striking both victims.
They're like tow truck drivers.
Yeah, and then they got him.
Territorial.
Yeah. All right, one last story. Let's end with a more positive thing. A man from the Czech Republic has performed the longest abdominal plank ever recorded.
Oh, wow.
As confirmed by the Guinness Book of World Records. So Josef Salek, known to his friend as Jaska, undertook the physically grueling challenge and maintained a strict plank position for 9 hours, 38 minutes, and 47 seconds.
What's the longest you've ever done?
Probably 7 minutes.
Wow, that's hard.
And I had to build up to that.
Yeah.
Without question. They are so hard to maintain.
And he ate dinner during the 7th hour.
The world record for longest abdominal plank was previously held by 62-year-old George Hood in Illinois in 2020, and then broken by Daniel Scally from Australia. And it was then a historic record of 9 hours and 30 minutes and 1 second. So this guy beat him by over 8 minutes.
People played chess on him.
He said, I felt mentally ready, not physically, because my longest uninterrupted training took 3.5 hours, and I had major complications when I tried to stretch the time staying in a plank position.
Do you think your toes would point permanently up after that?
Oh, maybe. He said, I knew that in my case, it's not about demanding physical training, but rather about mastering the process about my mindset. That's crazy.
And also about not having a girlfriend.
That too. Yeah. By the way, his story behind this. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I'm going to jump ahead.
Very lonely.
No, he went to prison.
Oh,
and so he said he used to be overweight and fond of alcohol and cigarettes before a life-changing experience 4 years ago. He was imprisoned in the United Arab Emirates due to a case of mistaken identity.
What?
He spent his time in prison, amounting to several months, adhering to a new exercise regime in order to keep his mindset positive and continue to do so after his release. So that kind of kicked
prison.
his ass
It's a total body workout.
into gear, right? All right, and that's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, I want to mention this case. I want to reiterate a couple of things real quick. We have debuted the artwork for our I Bleed for Preston and Steve Blood Drive t-shirt, and we love it.
It's Lasso-esque.
Showed it to Michael Barkann. He loved it. It is a take on the Ted Lasso Believe sign, but instead of believe, it says bleed. And the tote bag has that on it as well. You will get one of these. You will get one of these if you sign up for our blood drive, and you can do that at WMMR.com. It is 1 week from today, and it goes from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and there are 2 locations. So if the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks is not convenient, maybe Live Casino and Hotel in Philadelphia is convenient for you. But we want to break 1,000 units, so please help us do this. Sign up, and you get this really cool shirt to go.
We can do this because when we were doing it on Saturday, the union dictated, I guess the phlebotomist union, that they couldn't work past 4. And now we have that full long run. We can do this.
Eligibility guidelines are online, and walk-ups are not permitted. So keep that in mind. You can go to WMMR.com and make your appointment now. All right, I want to give this away. We've been teasing this all morning long. We have a $500 gift card to Menards Premium Detailing. So it's your chance to get your car totally done up with an amazing detail job. And all you need to do is give us the secret text word we sent you. Kathy, how about a caller? You usually do that.
7.
All right, caller number 7 at 215-263-WMMR.
Taco, taco, that's Spanish for taco.
All right, taco was the word you had to text, right? All right, so it is for the event Tacos and Tailpipes Car Meetup. Which is I didn't mean to start it that loud. Which is going to be tomorrow, by the way. Jackie Bam Bam and Sarah Parker will be there, and it's a great charity event for Michael Abbott. Had his home, lost his home in a fire, and a cancer survivor. So let's have you give us a call right now. We'll see if we can get a winner when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. It felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good.
I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah, to pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are you out of your mind?
Right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded.
Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays.
Oh my God.
Are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, he said, oh, maybe. I just maybe.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying it, yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedures.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that,
too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of school, the schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
my wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It
You
is,
know.
and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time somebody, he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him, don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, you know, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, you know, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah!
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not this kid walking along, you know, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, I mean, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, no, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred it, you know, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect, and I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just
you keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server? What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
table? Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
To clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly.
10:21, Friday morning. No sad bro, none of it. It's all good. We're going to give away our Word of the Week prize in a little while, make you happy with that. We're going to give away something else right now. Maybe we're going to make Lisa happy because she's calling number 7. Hi there, Lisa.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Lisa. So we have this really cool prize. If you can just tell me what our secret text word is today.
That would be guacamole.
Guacamole. Absolutely. And since you got that right, Lisa, we have this really awesome prize, a $500 gift card to Menards Premium Detailing. They will make your car so spick and span, it will shine and sparkle. And this will be inside, outside, whatever you want to use it for. So congratulations to you, Lisa.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Hang on. We'll get your information.
The HBO theme.
It is. So tomorrow from 9 to 3, Jackie Bam Bam and Sarah will be at the Tacos and Tailpipes car meetup. Now, the event is 9 to 3. I don't know if they're going to be there the whole time. But what will be there the whole time are live music, over 1,500 cars, prizes for the kids, clear rum canned cocktails for the adults, and raising money for local cancer survivor and former firefighter Michael Abbott, who lost his home in a fire. All the information is available at tacosandtailpipes.com. So congratulations to Lisa. We're going to do something else. We're going to give away a lesson question prize. We have, hang on a second here, $50 Rita's Italian Ice gift card. And the question that I will ask you, and I didn't look at these because I'm an idiot. Let's go with this. Mark Ruffalo will be working with local writer Brad Inglesby on which sequel to Mayor of Easttown? It's not real. You had to have heard it at 7 o'clock this morning. Mark Ruffalo will be working with local writer Brad Inglesby on which sequel to Mayor of Easttown. 215-263-WMMR. Call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought this morning by Family and Company Jewelers. You can ditch the ties and gift cards this year and get Dad something different. Get him a gift card that shows how much you care, like a hand-forged pocket knife. Or not a gift card. Get him a gift that shows you how much you care, like a hand-forged pocket knife from William Henry. FamilyJewelers.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Elle Fanning is teaming up with Sarah Paulson to star in I Am Sybil, a theatrical reimagining of the true story of a woman affected by dissociative identity disorder. Activists are already calling for an actress with actual multiple personalities to play the role, but producers say they have no intention of negotiating 16 different contracts. I like that. Bill Murray, you reported on this earlier, Preston, and Milkshake song singer Kellis are apparently a couple, as the two have been seen hanging out together in both the United States and England. The 72-year-old Murray is telling friends that it's all about love, while Kellis says it's really more about stealing the old man's prescription drugs. And finally, Leonardo DiCaprio and Gigi Hadid doing nothing to quell rumors that they are in a serious relationship, arriving at a swanky London hotel just minutes apart. DiCaprio even awkwardly tried to deflect by asking a reporter, "Isn't that model Bibi Habib Deed? I guess I don't know because I'm not having sex with her."
Yep.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to go for an answer to the lesson question. Mark Ruffalo is going to be working with local writer Brad Inglesby on which sequel to Mayor of Easttown, 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Jason, try and get an answer. Hi, Jason. Morning. All right, Jason. Nice huh. All right, what is the name of the show that Mark Ruffalo is going to be working on?
Is it Hulk of Easttown?
Yes, the Hulk of Easttown. Hang on, Jason. Just got a $50 Rita's Italian Ice gift card, and you can head to Rita's for a 5-layer gelati. Back for a limited time only. You can enjoy your favorite ice flavors with an extra layer of creamy custard to build your own masterpiece. Did I hear we have food here for us today?
Indeed.
And what's the story on that, Nick?
It's a long story, but I'm going to abbreviate it. This is for our buddy Paul Huffman. Paul's a really nice guy. He came up to Cardboard Classic this year, and he's having a good year, and he wanted to thank us and for some of the things that we've done for him. So we sent us some pizzas from Couch Tomato, which, Steve, I know is one of your absolute favorites.
Sure is.
So he requested, and a great way to request anything is to bribe us with food, a Tom Jones Juicy Shard out for 2 special happenings today. It's his 33rd wedding anniversary to his beautiful Irish lass, Kathy, and then she's the love of his life. And then for his daughters, Kate and Kelsey, and then it's also his cousin Chris Slicer's 54th birthday. So all of these things are happening today. And so this one.
Custom made.
I've even changed up the first fart to the motorboat fart. I seldom use that.
Yep, that was a special one. All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, Mark Hoppus and his wife Sky are suing their neighbor over a pine tree that is blocking their view.
Damn that tree!
According to the lawsuit obtained by TMZ, the Blink-182 basis says that the neighbor is violating rules adopted by the Planning Commission they hashed out years ago, which called for her to remove several trees and maintain a pine tree at a maximum height of 15 feet.
This is basically their homeowners association?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
He is calling for the trees to be maintained and is suing for the damages.
Or I'll kill you.
I was with my cousin over the weekend who is a lawyer in Rhode Island, and he does some cases like this, like property lines and trees and fences, and like we had a lot of conversation about it. It's pretty interesting.
We've talked about how brutal disparities, discrepancies, issues between neighbors can get over property lines and who's mowing what part of the lawn and fences.
And he said he has a lot of work.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Alkaline Trio drummer Derek Grant has announced that he is leaving the band after 22 years. He said in a statement, "It's with mixed emotions. I've decided to step down as drummer of Alkaline Trio. The demands of being in a touring band have become increasingly difficult in recent years, and while this was a difficult decision to make, it was the best thing for me and my mental health." He said, I want to thank everyone who is supporting the who has supported the band. Alkaline Trio has the best fans in the world, many of whom I've gotten to know over the years, and I'll miss seeing all of you. I also want to thank Blair Dickerson for being a true friend and a great manager. And he added, most of all, I want to thank Matt and Dan for 22 amazing years. I got to travel the world playing music with 2 of my best friends, and the bond that we share can never be broken. I wish them all the best moving forward. While I'll be focusing more on production, music, and visual art, I promise you haven't heard the last of me. It's got to be hard for somebody like that to hang it up, but for whatever reason, there's something that just says, I can't do this anymore.
I was meant for ballet.
Maybe that was it. Wolfgang Van Halen admitted that he suffered from a severe case of the nerves before tackling Van Halen classics at last year's Taylor Hawkins tribute concerts. Wolfgang was among the few artists to play both shows held last September 3rd at London's Wembley Stadium and the 27th in LA's Kia Forum, with his performance saluting both Hawkins and his late dad, the late, great Eddie Van Halen. He said, "Oh, man, I was nervous as hell. Taking away any emotional weight to it, just performing with 3 musicians who I loved my entire life and looked up to was crazy enough. But then you had the emotional weight of it all for Taylor. It was probably one of the only few times I'd ever really play any songs like that for Pop and for Taylor. Yeah, just an insane thing that I'll never forget." He said, but it was hard for me. He was scared, nervous. Now running at the Morrison Hotel Galleries in Los Angeles and New York City is a new career-spanning Led Zeppelin photo exhibit. The showings, which run through June 22nd, feature the last edition signed prints of such late photographers Baron Woolman, Peter Simon, Peter Tarnoff, and Terry O'Neill. Other high-profile photographers are sharing their work in this as well. It says to view the Led Zeppelin Morrison Hotel collection... And then it gives a link. Just do a search. You'll find it. How about that?
Leave them alone.
Let me Google that for you. And then I have one last story, and then we have some clips to play. Casey, make sure we have these, please. Okay. Neil Young is returning to the road with dates and venues to be announced sometime today. During a Zoom call with subscribers to his Neil Young archive set, he said of the upcoming West Coast acoustic shows, I don't want to come back and do the same songs again. I feel like I was on some sort of carnival ride. I'd rather be doing these other songs I haven't done, and I won't have to compare how I'm doing Heart of Gold to how I played it in 1970, 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, and 2020.
Fans are going to like to hear that.
Well, he's going deep. So if you're a real fan, you'll love it. He stated these shows will feature 80% rare, deep cuts and launch with a stand at a tiny little unknown theater that's close to one of the most well-known theaters in the world. They're not new songs. They're old songs, but I wake up with them in my head every morning, and they are songs that apply to my life right now and apply to everyone's lives in this era that we are in. He said some of them were written 20, 30, 40 years ago.
I saw a production, I think it was Welcome to Grenville or something like it was a
Greendale.
Greendale. So
I
it's
saw that, yeah.
right. So it's a lot. It's basically a musical, songs, set to a story, and so he'll do that whole thing and then do a couple of hits at the end. I remember people, audibly getting furious.
It was across the river. It was at the Shed in Camden. I was at that show too, Steve. And it was a whole music opera.
Yeah.
But it was not a rock opera, I should say.
No, yeah.
But with no familiar hits until the end.
Right. And sparsely.
Yeah.
But if he's going to go for deep cuts, if you're a big fan, like when Bill went to that Rush show he hated, it's because, number one, they played all the new album, and then they started playing just kind of deep cuts. For me, for a fan,
totally,
that was a special show.
But they also announced it.
Better. Yeah,
they announced it ahead of time.
Which is what Neil is doing here, saying that I'm going to be playing these deep cuts. So if you're into that,
you're going to like it.
That's what you'll get. All right, we have some clips of Gene Simmons talking about, obviously, them wrapping up the whole band, the whole thing. And this is him talking about knowing when to wrap things up. Here we go.
You have to have a little pride and self-respect, know when to get off the stage. It's been half a century. We've been doing this an awfully long time. I can't tell you how much it means to us to be in front of the fans and put on the spectacle of all spectacles. But on December the 2nd, New York City, Madison Square Garden, that will be the last time Kiss will ever be on stage anywhere.
Okay. And he goes on to talk about his feelings about the end of the touring for the band. Here we go.
You know, pride in a half a century of defying the critics. We completely ignored them. So it's going to be happy because of the amazing journey we've had, but sad, of course, because it's going to be heartbreaking.
All right.
I want to devote more time to the Mecha Chicken.
That giant mechanized chicken statue. The Mecha Chicken. All right, and that's my last item in music news. We have one final break to take before we come back and give away our Word of the Week prize and wrap up the program for the week. So make sure you do not miss it. We'll be gone in just a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Up and down San Francisco.
Started with the short, and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shot, then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well. Like
and vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Chinatown.
Yeah,
Poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm in the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said, so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah, it
too.
was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm in
comment
the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland man? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker. He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to.
Oh, it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find. She's on social media, and there's a comment. She says. It glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my heart.
heartbeat. And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I
know
Like
it's
this,
so.
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like.
Yes, yeah, full on, constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. I don't know. Who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You
I think
can't.
it's too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if it
elaborate
is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you
glow,
crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make it
necklace?
different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Trying to get something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need like here. Hold on, I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
wait.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that, Case.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is too
heart.
big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist.
Little
Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it.
No,
They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But Preston,
Wouldn't that?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
great guy.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the newlywed game.
A la the new, it's the same thing, actually. In fact, this is the newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank
there.
you.
We'll rock later.
Yeah.
93.3 WMMR. I was going to backsell that song. Larkin Poe, Megan, and Rebecca.
Amazing.
Sisters extraordinaire. They will be live at the MM Barbecue coming up in September. And they're the band I'm most excited to see because they've been here in our studio. They played. I've become a fan now. And
Yeah.
listen to their albums regularly, and they're just immensely talented. So we're lucky to have them on the bill, which is great. All the information at WMMR.com. Get those tickets right about now. Come and join us. Why don't you? I would like to thank the people who've stopped by, been on the program this morning. We had David Koechner and Rob Maher stop by, and they're playing Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow, 7:30 and 10 p.m., but there is this 4:30 show tomorrow for fans of The Office, and it's exclusively like this Office kind of game thing that they do.
Yeah.
And we just had a great conversation with those guys. It was a lot of fun today having them by. And then speaking of fun, our good friend Michael Barkann stopped in today, and he's got an event tomorrow. Tito's Tiki Tailgate with the Flying Hawaiian. Shane Victorino is going to be there at Xfinity Live, the ballpark tomorrow, 1 o'clock. It's 1 to 3. Refreshments, food voucher at Xfinity Live, photo with Shane. Benefits the Barkann's Hearts Foundation, and it's a ticketed event, so you can go to the BarkannFoundation.org for information, or you can go to the community page at WMMR.com, and you can get tickets that way as well. So before we get Pierre in here and do our letter of the day, word of the week, and all that stuff, another one of our interns is going bye-bye. And it's that time of year when we send them off into the cruel, dark world that is before them. So we have the very lovely Annie. Annie her last day is today, and you're the last of our current crop of interns.
I am.
Going goodbye.
The new interns have like a lot to live up to. I feel like
I
this
agree.
last group was like I'm gonna miss those guys.
This group has been, some shine more than others. All of them are wonderful and help out quite a bit. But this is, I think you're going to be friends with these guys for the rest of your life, probably.
I definitely agree.
Yeah. You guys really hit it off.
We did.
That's awesome.
We definitely did as a group.
All right. For those who don't know you, Annie, where are you from, by the way?
I am from Delco. I'm from Lansdowne.
Yeah.
Delco's finest.
And you're already done with school, right?
Correct. Yes, I graduated from Temple back in May.
Okay. And what was your major?
I was an advertising major, so completely different spectrum.
It
My
is.
dad recommended this internship to me when I was in Ireland, and I took a chance on it, and I emailed Marissa, who I can't make eye contact with, but hi, Marissa. And I went from there, and now it's been a while, and
You've been
I loved
great.
every second of it.
You've been sensational. I mean, we did a whole bunch of stuff. I'm thinking of you guys out at the camp out and how you were taking control of different situations. You've been a good go-to person here. Now the word is you might be joining, hopefully, the MM Army. That'd be nice.
That is the hope. That's
yes,
the dream.
so people could see you out and about.
Definitely.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. And so what are you going to do this summer? What's going on? If you're not, besides MM Army, if that
Not
happens.
quite sure yet.
All right.
Probably mowing the lawn a little bit.
Yeah.
Going to the shore next week with my family, so that should be
Nice.
fun.
Yeah.
And really just enjoying summer a little bit.
Some
and then
dog sitting in the city.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
So Steven mentioned a few of the events that we've had. Which one was your favorite?
Oh, I would have to say Cardboard Classic. It's
Yes.
my favorite event.
Yes.
I mean, Gina and I had one of the best times there. And just meeting so many of the listeners there too, and like making those connections was so much fun. And Cardboard Classic was easily.
I can tell you guys were tearing it up. You were
We
having
were.
a lot of fun. Yeah.
That's one of our favorite events of the year, without question. So awesome. Well, thank you for all the help. You've been
Thank you
wonderful.
for
I appreciate it.
everything.
Excellent. All right, let's hear it for Annie. She's going away. And we have a new group that's just begun over the past couple weeks, so we're getting to know them as well. So Pierre Robert is going to slide into the spot that Annie was keeping, and we'll get our letter of the day, our word of the week. We'll give away stuff, and we'll find out what he's got in store for you. How you doing, man?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
John DeBella just opened the door for me.
I saw that.
Yeah, so
And I saw his face there for a moment. I thought he was going to come in with you, but no, he drifted off.
He's more than welcome to.
He's my new valet. He's looking for a gig.
Wow. He's going to be your man
Yes.
Friday.
Yeah, so
Literally.
he's got a lot of style. Never forget the first day he walked in. I was doing overnights, and the door swung open. This red, bright red down jacket, red scarf, red beret, and red sunglasses. And
Wow.
it's 5:45 in the morning, and they were red mirrored sunglasses with red, white, and blue stripes on the arms of the glasses. I'm going, something has changed dramatically. And he has never to this day lost a sense of style. One of the great ones. So, and if in a couple of weeks, I think he will be a workforce block.
Oh, that's nice. That's
Yeah, so
sensational.
I'm thinking 2 Fridays. Next Friday's a blood drive. So I'm thinking the following Friday, I'm going to have John in and celebrate his life on my program.
I love that.
Because, I mean, the changeovers that you guys and I have, are reminiscent of what he and I would do. So we would always accept he was much more brutal on me than you were.
When you first met him, were you doing overnights?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was harder for you, overnights or mornings?
Mornings. So
Yeah.
I loved overnights.
Okay.
I could go back to it now. And it probably will. At Z705 in Upper Allentown. Yeah.
Where you're going to be
I got a
rooting to
future.
Pierre. Yeah.
They broadcast to the other side of Allentown.
Yeah. It's the back. It's sort of the farm league Allentown team. And that's nothing against Allentown, by the way. Fabulous, fabulous village. But it's one of the lower commodity stations in the AT Allentown area. So they're going to call me the Duke.
The Duke, yeah.
It's top 40, too, so I got to pick up my pace a little.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you.
You know the routine.
That was 15 years ago or more when I did that. And that was my imitation of a top 40 DJ.
It is.
If people are just joining the program and wondering where did that come from, that was the origin of that.
Yep. Yep.
There you have it.
That was
all right.
him doing an impression of a top 40 DJ, which is wonderful.
Yeah. So I got to get that. Can I borrow that?
Yes, you need to work that. You need to work on that.
And Kathy, you're going to come with me.
You might need a co-host.
Yeah, I might need a co-host to bounce things off of.
Yo, what do you think, Kathy? Hell of a game, huh? You see those sluggers taking on the... Yeah.
We're going to do sports talk.
Let's play some Britney Spears. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Come on now. All right. Listener, you're the winner. Okay, got it. Oh, right back over this. Come on. Come on.
That's your phrase. That's your get her done.
That's my get her done.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on now. We can do it. Hell yeah. Come on.
Or you top 40? What's going on here?
I don't know.
40 to like
I
the
can't,
farm report.
unlike Steve, I can't hold an accent. Whatever accent I try to morph into, then it eventually morphs into something else.
It morphs?
It morphs. Yeah. How about that letter?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
My finger was literally on the button for 10 minutes.
And he moved himself along.
That's not easy.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
Y is in yellow.
All right. And let's take caller number 8 at 215-263 WMMR. If you know that word, then we got the prize on this end for you. Call right now, please. So what's happening on your carousel of entertainment today?
Of madness. We will have Dead and Company tickets for next Thursday. We will have workforce blocks of Tom Petty. Tool has gone on sale. And a block of the Beatles. Everything that rocks.
Ooh, love that.
There you go.
Block of the Beatles. I want to mention real quick, because we're still getting our caller on the line. Did you see our new, well, you probably won't know it.
I heard about it.
Our new shirt for the I Bleed for Presidency Blood Drive?
Very cool.
Yeah. So
I haven't watched Ted Lasso, though. So.
Oh, okay.
It's an important, there's a sign that says Believe on it in that font.
What station's he on?
He's on Apple.
Okay.
So it's an important part of that show, and it fit right in with this. So it says Bleed instead of Believe. And everybody who donates will get one of these shirts, and we are hoping you're going to help us reach our goal of at least 1,000 units. Please sign up.
We will. You guys are at the Oaks, but Pancake and I will be at Live Casino.
Yes.
And so we can certainly hope everyone in South Philly region comes down there and visits with us. We'll be there as soon as you guys end till 3 o'clock.
I'm coming over. I think you are as well, Preston.
Yep.
Sweet.
Should be. Yep. All right. We have caller number 8. We're going to go to, it's Eric. Hi, Eric. Good morning to you.
It's
What?
It's just that you look so nice.
There you go.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
All right. What is the word, please?
Today.
Come on.
And that means yes. All right, Eric, you got it.
Come on now.
We're going to set you up with a Pie Zeke round barbecue and fire pit kit from Landis Block. Come on now.
Come on.
Right on.
All right, hang on the line. We'll get your information, buddy, and we'll set you up.
Got some Taylor Swift coming up next.
You can start imagining your own
TS, as I like to call her, Big T.
backyard paradise by looking at the photo gallery online at landisbc.com.
Yo, Romano, what's traffic?
Check that out. I want to thank our sponsors. President
That's top 40, all right?
Yeah, that's what top 40 sounds just like. Want to thank our sponsors. Duncan, President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab locations all over, and now opening King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, as I mentioned, the I Believe for Presidency Blood Drive is 1 week from today. Former Eagle Rodney McLeod will be joining us.
Nice.
We haven't had a porn star in a while. Tori Black will be in our studio. So she's going to be appearing at Club Risque, who helped us out so much at the Keenan's live broadcast with all of our sex toys.
It's crazy.
So Tori Black will be here, and we're going to talk to Ken Jennings, the host of Jeopardy, as well, which
Love
is
it.
really cool. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic weekend, gang. We'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.